Chapter 781-Pinger and the Wanbao Convention. This preparation time lasted a full month. During this month, Yichun visited many realms within the Supreme Divine Institute and even cultivated for a time in the sacred cultivation place of the Polar Star Tower. During this period, Yichun once again entered the life origin wheel and cultivated for a month at 100 times the speed of time flow. However, sadly, Yichun still hadn't reached the limit of the 9 tribulations true God so quickly, nor had he sensed the approach of the divine tribulation necessary to break through to the God-King realm. This only made Yichun's determination to obtain the tribulation-inducing pill even firmer. Nevertheless, the hard cultivation during this time did bear some fruits for Yichun. Yichun's true qi became increasingly potent, and there were new breakthroughs in both the 9 swords of annihilation and the bloodlight blade technique, as well as the 9 volumes of formation array and the undying divine body. When the day came that the formative essence of the extreme heavenly object, the tattered cloth which had been nurturing and transforming within the cave dwelling, finally completed its nurturing phase and transformed again into the star-blue divine garment, donning itself on Yichun. Yichun, sensing the powerful defensive aura of the star-blue divine garment, nodded with satisfaction before finally turning his gaze towards the lands beyond the Supreme Divine Institute. It's time to deal with that Ni Shan God King's affair and the mission in the Demon Tomb. A day later, an incredible divine light flew out from the first cave dwelling of the Supreme Divine Institute and, after several flickers through the void, it arrived at the teleportation divine formation leading to other continents in the Divine Kingdom. Before long, this figure stepped into the teleportation divine formation that led to a continent within the western territory of the Divine Kingdom. When the figure reappeared from the teleportation divine formation, it had already arrived on the land of the western territory of the Divine Kingdom. Here, after flying around the continent for a while, the figure came to a halt above the extreme heavenly skies, revealing itself to be Yichun. According to the shortest route towards the Snow Lotus Mountain continent where Ni Shan God King has appeared, after using the teleportation divine formations for more than a dozen times, I will arrive at that land. However, before that, I must change my appearance. As he spoke, waves of divine light flickered on Yichun's body. During those flickers, his stature, bone structure, and facial features all underwent changes, and even his true qi realm underwent significant alteration. Yichun transformed from a 20-year-old youth at the 9 tribulations true God level to a bearded giant who had just achieved the first tribulation true God status. Yichun, with this appearance, I'm afraid many people won't recognize you. This disguise should keep you off the radar, after all. A first tribulation true God is quite unremarkable in the Divine Kingdom and attracts no special attention. Approaching the mission like this also lowers the risk quite a bit. After Yichun changed his appearance, Xiaojio's voice sounded from the ice snow jade pendant which he carried with him. Yichun laughed, his voice turning noticeably rougher. Xiaojio, how many people's scrutiny can this shape-shifting divine art evade? This mission was different from Yichun's usual cultivation experiences. Though he had many techniques at his disposal, inattention could still lead to fatal dangers. Moreover, Yichun had a feud with Divine Dragon Mountain. Although he did not fear their attempts to kill him, the Xian divine cones he had were limited, and Yichun was not inclined to waste them on people from Divine Dragon Mountain just yet. Thus, it was important for Yichun to make himself as ordinary-looking as possible. Therefore, before setting out, he specifically sought out a shape-shifting divine art and spent time mastering it. Hearing Yichun's question, Xiaojio laughed. This shape-shifting divine art, if their realm isn't much higher than yours, absolutely cannot detect your change in appearance and realm. I'm afraid only beings at the level of the immortal divine venerable and the heavenly divine venerable could see through to your true self. However, the Snow Lotus Mountain continent you're headed to is said to be governed at most by the level of Earth divine venerables, so you don't need to worry about them discovering your shape-shifting divine art. At this point, Xiaojio added, it's a pity that such shape-shifting divine art can only alter your appearance and realm superficially. It's said that beyond the level of sovereigns, there exists a godly power so profound that it can truly grant the ability to transform easily, not only allowing an individual to completely change their appearance beyond recognition even by those much higher in realm but also to transform into various true spirit sacred beasts, and once transformed, to possess the divine skills of those true spirit sacred beasts. Such a technique is indeed an astounding divine power that seizes the natural essence of heaven and earth. Hearing Xiaozhou's explanation, Yi Chun was deeply stirred. Heaven. In such a case, wouldn't that mean someone could undergo countless transformations? Even using divine power to change himself, Yi Chun couldn't achieve the level of making himself completely unrecognizable, let alone changing into a true spirit sacred beast and having its divine skills. Hopefully, one day I can gain access to such wondrous transform easily, Yi Chun muttered to himself. Xiaozhou smiled. Yi Chun, your primordial star scripture was established by ZG Star Lord. According to the information left by Sovereign Lei Fa, ZG Star Lord was considered an extremely prominent figure even among those exceeding sovereigns in the cosmic sea. The primordial star scripture he left behind may well contain such incredible divine skills. Perhaps they are within the later chapters of the scripture. Xiaozhou's speculative words greatly excited Yi Chun. Indeed, the primordial star scripture, marvelously divine. Yi Chun, having only cultivated the 4th section, had already acquired the incredible star god power. If he continued to cultivate further, perhaps, as Xiaozhou mentioned, such divine skills might indeed appear. This made Yi Chun even more eager to cultivate the next section of the primordial star scripture. Unfortunately, one must step into the God-King realm to begin cultivating the next section. I hope this trip will see the completion of my mission, to obtain the tribulation-inducing pill, and truly step into the God-King realm, stepping into the 5th section of the primordial star scripture. Now, I should head to the Snow Lotus Mountain on the star continent and find that An-I-Shan God-King. After his mind and spirit flickered, the burly bearded man that Yi Chun had transformed into vanished from the void heaven. A short while later, he reappeared at the teleportation divine formation in this Western Territory star continent. After paying the required black divine coins for the teleportation, he was on his way to the Snow Lotus Mountain star continent. In the midst of continuous teleportations, Yi Chun also witnessed the countless realms of the Western Territory Divine Kingdom. The Western Territory Divine Kingdom was the place Yi Chun had the least contact with. He had already visited some areas in the Eastern Province and Southern Territory of the Divine Kingdom. Although he had never been to the Northern region, Yi Chun had encountered the highest authority of the Northern region, the Northern Territory King. But as for the Western Territory, Yi Chun had never set foot there, nor had he ever met the Western Territory King. Yi Chun's only knowledge of the Western Territory was that his enemies, Yang Yun, Yang Yan, and others, were from one of the 4 major forces of the Western Territory, Tai Yun Heaven. When Yi Chun was teleporting through the star continent of the Western Territory, he found that it was much more vast and barren compared to those of the Eastern Province and Southern Territory. It seemed like the Western Territory was more of a wild and desolate land. Xiaozhou also said to Yi Chun that the Western Territory Divine Kingdom was full of ancient demonic beasts and was a realm filled with killing. After a dozen or so teleportations, Yi Chun finally arrived in the Snow Lotus Mountain star continent. Upon arriving on this continent, Yi Chun was taken aback. The entire Snow Lotus Mountain star continent was covered in thick snow, and the sky was dominated by towering snow-capped mountains. It seemed like the Snow Lotus Mountain star continent was a world of ice and snow. As soon as he stepped into the Snow Lotus Mountain star continent, Yi Chun began to search for news of the An-I-Shan God King. In just 5 days, Yi Chun had explored the entire Snow Lotus Mountain star continent. He had even spent half a day observing the outside of a sky-shocking giant mountain known as Divine Lotus Peak, before vanishing once again. On the 7th day of Yi Chun's arrival at the Snow Lotus Mountain star continent. That day, in a temple covered by thick snow, where a bonfire was burning, 3 figures emerged. One of these figures was an old man, a 5 tribulations true god. Another was a young girl donning goose-yellow clothes and carrying an ancient sword on her back, barely in her early teens and in the heavenly saint realm, looking quite pretty. The third person was a burly bearded man. This burly bearded man, if not the disguised Yi Chun, then who else could it be? At that moment, Yi Chun was looking at the young girl, listening to her and the old man's conversation. Grandfather, how many more days until we reach the Divine Lotus Peak, where the Wanbao Convention is held? Pinger, Divine Lotus Peak, will open in 7 days, and we can reach there in 2 or 3 days. The trip to Divine Lotus Peak is different from being in our divine city, with 1,000 families entering the Divine Lotus Peak realm to participate in the Wanbao Convention. At that time, not only will there be numerous true gods, but even the legendary divine king powerhouses will be many, and even the lower earth god sovereigns might appear, as well as our worshipped ancestor, the great Middle Earth god sovereign. We definitely need to be careful when we get there. If it weren't for the help of our young friend Yi Chun, we would have already perished on the journey. Hearing what the old man said, the young girl's starry eyes turned to look at Yi Chun. She smiled sweetly at Yi Chun. Uncle Yi Chun, Pinger thanks you for saving our lives. Are you joining us at the Divine Lotus Peak Wanbao Convention to meet our worshipped ancestor? Or are you attending the trading fair? Being called uncle by the young girl, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. He said to the young girl, Pinger, I'm just tagging along for the excitement. Yi Chen's encounter with this old man and the young girl was an accident. Originally, after arriving at the Snow Lotus Mountain Star Continent, Yi Chun was ready to expose the Ni Shan God King. However, after scouring the entire Snow Lotus Mountain Star Continent, Yi Chun couldn't find any trace of the Ni Shan God King. It was only after gathering some information that Yi Chun learned that the Ni Shan God King had appeared on a giant mountain in this star continent, called Divine Lotus Peak. Chapter 782, Gathering. By the time Yi Chun had revisited Divine Lotus Peak, he discovered a vast hidden realm within, mysteriously sealed by some sort of prohibition that he could not breach. Yi Chun also learned that this realm was the place where several mid-level Earth divine venerables of the Star Continent would cultivate and worship, only opening up every 3 years for the Wanbao Convention. This made Yi Chun suspect that Ni Shan God King might be one of these mid-level Earth divine venerable worshippers. After all, according to the information gathered from the 10,000 Spirits Pavilion, Ni Shan God King was indeed at the mid-level Earth divine venerable state and had appeared 3 years ago. Yi Chun didn't waste the Xian divine cone to forcefully break open the realm. He had found out that, in just over 10 days, another Wanbao Convention would be convened. By then, he could easily enter Divine Lotus Peak to see if Ni Shan God King was really there. With more than 10 days to spare, Yi Chun took the opportunity to travel around Snow Lotus Mountain of the Star Continent. Just a day earlier, while exploring, Yi Chun happened upon a pair of grandparents and their granddaughter, who were being pursued by several true gods of the First Tribulation. Of course, Yi Chun would not stand by and watch them die. Though incidents of slaughter were common in the Divine Kingdoms, and Yi Chun couldn't possibly save everyone, he would help where he could when he encountered such situations. Especially since the little girl resembled Zhang Yao in her eyes and brows, Yi Chun was even less inclined to ignore their plight. With his divine powers, Yi Chun found it effortless to battle even lower Earth divine venerables, let alone dealing with several true gods of the First Tribulation. Despite having transformed into a burly man with the visage of a true god of the First Tribulation, his methods were something these true gods had never seen before. Yi Chun merely used 5 divine arts of the true god level, which were enough to send these pursuers frantically fleeing. However, Yi Chun didn't outright kill these true gods of the First Tribulation. After all, he was currently posing as a true god of the First Tribulation, and it would have been too shocking to slay them instantly. Nevertheless, the elderly and the child were saved by Yi Chun were astonished and overflowing with gratitude towards him, especially the little girl called Pinger, who saw Yi Chun as a great hero. After conversing with the grandparents and their granddaughter, Yi Chun learned that they too were headed for Divine Lotus Peak to attend the Wanbao Convention. Thus, Yi Chun decided to accompany these two to Divine Lotus Peak. Since Pinger's eyes and brows reminded him of Zhang Yao, Yi Chun couldn't protect her forever, but he could ensure her safety on this journey. Through his conversation with the two, Yi Chun gathered more details about the Wanbao Convention. It turned out that within the Snow Lotus Mountain region of the Star Continent, countless families were governed by several mid-level Earth Divine Venerable worshippers. Every 3 years, these worshippers would open their Divine Lotus Peak so that their subordinate families could deliver tribute. Delivering tribute was one aspect, but it was also an opportunity for these families to exchange treasures with one another. Hence, this triennial grand meeting was known as the Wanbao Convention. Yichun also heard that at the Wanbao Convention, there was another highlight where the mid-level Earth Divine Venerable worshippers would engage in combat to compete. Whoever won would gain sole enjoyment of all the family's tributes. On the Star Continent, the most formidable figures were those of the mid-level Earth Divine Venerable status. Such esteemed individuals' battles were a spectacle that countless people desired to witness. Pinger's family used to be a major clan on this continent but had fallen on hard times, slowly becoming a lesser family with her grandfather, a true god of the First Tribulation, as their strongest member. Nonetheless, they still retained the opportunity to offer tribute. Pinger felt both excited and somewhat fearful about attending the Wanbao Convention at Divine Lotus Peak. She was excited to witness the great figures of her dreams, the powerful true gods, the formidable divine kings, and the legendary Earth Divine Venerables. But she also feared because she was too weak, and even her grandfather, a true god of the First Tribulation, was ranked among the lowest within the numerous clans. In such a place, a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. However, Pinger's family was unwilling to forfeit this precious opportunity for her to gain experience. For safety's sake, only her grandfather Ning Xian, accompanied by Pinger, made their careful way toward Divine Lotus Peak. But no matter how cautious they were, they still met with several life-threatening robberies along the way. If not for Yi Chen's assistance, perhaps they would have fallen on this journey. This made the little girl Pinger even more fearful, yet increasingly grateful to Yi Chen. As Yi Chen learned more about the innumerable details of the Wanbao Convention, his interest in witnessing the battles between those mid-level Earth Divine Venerable worshippers grew. While Yi Chen pondered about the matters of the Wanbao Convention at Divine Lotus Peak, the little girl Pinger propped her chin with both hands, gazing curiously at him. Although she had been with Yi Chen for only 1 day, the little girl's admiration for him had reached the extreme. With the cultivation of a First Tribulation true god, Yi Chen was actually more formidable than her grandfather, a 5 Tribulations true god. He alone was enough to scare away several 5 Tribulations true gods, and even her grandfather said that Yi Chen might possess the combat power of a 6 Tribulations true god. A First Tribulation true god with the combat power of a 6 Tribulations true god, stronger than the most powerful member of Pinger's family, naturally filled her with admiration for Yi Chen. What made Pinger even more admiring of Yi Chen was that along the way, as she practiced her cultivation, Yi Chen casually gave a few pointers, enabling her to break through several cultivation bottlenecks that had troubled her for a long time. The little girl even had the premonition that she could successfully reach the true god realm. Of course, this only increased her admiration for Yi Chen to the utmost. The only thing the little girl regretted was that her uncle Yi Chen, with a full face of beard, looked too rough and rugged. The little girl thought to herself that if Uncle Yi Chen were a handsome young man, that would be perfect. After resting in the broken temple for 1 night, the 3 of them continued on their way to Divine Lotus Mountain. Yi Chen did not reveal his true strength, and Pinger and her grandfather still feared danger, carefully avoiding dangerous areas. Even so, it took the 3 of them 4 days to arrive at the foot of the giant mountain of Divine Lotus Peak. Now, unlike when Yi Chen had previously come to scout Divine Lotus Peak, several valleys at the foot of the mountain were already crowded with people. These people were the various families who had come to attend the Wanbao Convention. Numerous true gods were moving around near the giant mountain, and even divine kings, who were considered strong on this continent, had come in large numbers. However, Earth Divine Venerable level powerhouses had hardly shown their faces yet. Where there were people, there was strife, especially among these families, who already had various entanglements. The conflicts were even more abundant when they gathered together. In several places, conflicts had arisen, and scenes of battle were not rare. At the foot of Divine Lotus Peak, in a valley, A beautiful woman in white and 3 burly middle-aged men were surrounded by a group of 8 people. This woman in white was not weak in realm, being an 8 tribulations true god. The 3 middle-aged men beside her were even 9 tribulations true gods. The 8 people surrounding them were no less in realm. Aside from the brocade-clothed young man in the middle who was a 7 tribulations true god, the other 7 were all 9 tribulations true gods. At this time, these 7 people surrounded the 4 in white with a menacing look, while the brocade-clothed young man's gaze toward the woman in white was full of lecherous intent. Bai Zhuer, in what way am I, Wang Cheng, not worthy of you that you keep avoiding me every day? Humph, your Bai family has fallen into a middle-class family over the past few years, whereas our Wang family is a top-class family. Marrying into our Wang family, marrying me, Wang Cheng, is your good fortune, yet you spurn it. I heard that this time you couldn't even produce the offerings demanded by a top-class family. What? Have you come to Divine Lotus Mountain now to find some treasures to offer to the ancestors? Hee. Since you've found some treasures, then bring them out for me to see. If not, I can help you put together a few treasures. While he spoke, the brocade-clothed young man's claws reached straight for the woman in white's chest. You've practiced for decades and are still just a 7 tribulations true god. Dream on if you think I would marry you. The woman in white, seeing the brocade-clothed young man's action, was full of anger on her fair and beautiful face. Her palms danced, blocking the brocade-clothed young man's indecent move, and with a single slap, sent him reeling back dozens of steps. Humph, Bai Zhuer, you really are a feisty one. The brocade-clothed young man licked his lips and turned to the 7-9 tribulations true gods beside him. You guys, grab her for me. I want to thoroughly search her to see just what treasures she's carrying. Yes, young master. Hearing the brocade-clothed young man's command, the 7-9 tribulations true gods moved. 3 approached the 3-9 tribulations true gods beside Bai Zhuer, while the other 4 directly attacked Bai Zhuer. Seeing the brocade-clothed young man and his group take action, the 3-9 tribulations true gods beside Bai Zhuer's expression changed dramatically, and one of them shouted, "Stop! What's the matter, Uncle Bai Feng? Got something to say?" The brocade-clothed young man, Wang Cheng, waved his hand to stop his people and looked toward the 9 tribulations true god who had spoken. Wang Cheng, my respected nephew, if you want to see the treasure we brought this time, we will show it to you. There's no need to lay a hand on my niece, Bai Feng said after taking a deep breath, speaking to Wang Cheng. Second uncle, don't be polite with this treacherous fellow. Bai Zhuer, seeing Bai Feng compromise, stamped her feet in frustration. Bai Feng shook his head at Bai Zhuer, turned his palm over, and a top-grade divine artifact appeared in his hand. He then handed the artifact to Wang Cheng and said with a forced smile, "This treasure of ours, nephew Wang Cheng, is surely not to your liking, nor does it compare to the treasures the Wang family is offering." Wang Cheng looked at the treasure in his hand and chuckled. Then, unexpectedly, Wang Cheng simply flipped his hand and pocketed the treasure himself. Seeing this, the 4 from the Bai family changed their expressions, and Bai Feng said with indignation, "Wang Cheng, my respected nephew, what do you mean by this? Surely, with the status of your Wang family, you do not intend to rob our Bai family of our treasure." Wang Cheng seemed not the least bit concerned by Bai Feng's sarcastic words. Looking at Bai Feng, his gaze shifted towards the still indignantly heaving Bai Zhuer, and he said with a smile, "This treasure is too poor, so I'll just keep it for Uncle Bai Feng. Bai Zhuer, if you beg me, I can give you a better treasure to offer to the ancestors, maybe even get you some guidance from them." Chapter 783. Beg me? In your dreams. Bai Zhuer's eyes reddened with anger. Ever since the downfall of her family's strongest member, a lower god king, her grandfather, the Bai family's status had plummeted. And the families that once had enmity with the Bai family were targeting them in all sorts of ways. For the safety of the family, the Bai family had exhausted all their foundation to seek refuge with a relatively larger family, managing to temporarily escape the crisis. However, after helping the Bai family a few times, that large family had declared that besides settling previous disputes, they would no longer involve themselves in Bai family's affairs. This time, it was only after a member of their clan, a ninth tribulation true god, had taken out their life-bound treasure that they managed to gather the tribute for a few Middle-earth gods, the revered ancestors of Snow Lotus Peak. They had hoped for a chance to get close to these esteemed ancestors and find an opportunity to help the family overcome the crisis. Yet now, the precious treasure had been directly snatched away by Wang Cheng. How could this not fill Bai Zhuer with extreme rage? Back when her grandfather was alive, the Wang family would have never dared to humiliate the Bai family like this. Now, with the Wang family boasting a lower god king among their ranks, they brazenly snatched the treasure right before her eyes, utterly humiliating the Bai family in public. Of course, Bai Zhuer would no longer swallow her anger. Boom! Instantly, the divine power within Bai Zhuer erupted, as she launched an attack on Wang Cheng. Seeing Bai Zhuer's actions, the other three members of the Bai family also knew that even if they showed weakness, the Wang family would not spare them, understanding that only by fighting back could they make the Wang family hesitate and preserve some dignity. The divine power within these three also surged wildly, and together with Bai Zhuer, they charged towards Wang Cheng and his group. Seeing the Bai family's four members take action, Wang Cheng sneered coldly, "Bai Zhuer, I was planning to toy with you a bit more, but since you can't wait, then this young master will gladly entertain you." With a wave of his hand, the few ninth tribulation true gods behind Wang Cheng blocked the three ninth tribulation true gods by Bai Zhuer's side. Wang Cheng, with the help of four other ninth tribulation true gods, launched an assault on Bai Zhuer. Although Bai Zhuer was an eighth tribulation true god, incredibly formidable, she might have been able to withstand two ninth tribulation true gods if it were a one-on-two fight. However, under the joint assault of Wang Cheng and the other four ninth tribulation true gods, she was utterly overwhelmed, her protective divine power consumed frantically. And Wang Cheng's frivolous clawing hands were gradually becoming more than she could fend off. Looking at her uncles and elder relatives beside her, also being suppressed by the ninth tribulation true gods of the Wang family, they had no opportunity to assist her. Bai Zhuer's face turned deathly pale. Could it be that my Bai family is truly doomed to fall? No, I, Bai Zhuer, would rather die than be disgraced by that vile Wang Cheng. Determination flashed in Bai Zhuer's eyes as she prepared to fight to the death. The great battle in this region had attracted the attention of many families. However, when it came to the strife between the Bai family and the Wang family, none of these families intervened. Not to mention that there was already much bloodshed among these families themselves. They simply did not want to get involved. Even if someone died right there, they knew the revered ancestors of the Snow Lotus Mountain would not care. Just as many couldn't help but feel sorry for Bai Zhuer, they heard the voice of a young girl coming from one side of the valley. Snatching others' treasures and ganging up on a weak woman, the Wang family has no shame. Whoosh! The voice of the young girl immediately attracted a lot of attention. Soon after, everyone saw from the side of the valley an old man and a young child, accompanied by a bearded brute, emerge. And the one who had spoken was the little girl, just around 13 or 14 years old. Wang Cheng, who had been confident about defeating Bai Zhuer thoroughly and having his way with her, suddenly heard the mocking voice and stopped, especially when he realized it was coming from a young girl. When he looked toward the source of the voice, he saw a heavenly Saint Realm girl mocking him, and next to her an old man who was but a fifth tribulation true god, and the bearded brute who was just a first tribulation true god. This infuriated Wang Cheng even more. "Little girl, are you seeking death?" Wang Cheng glared at the little lowly, his eyes releasing killing intent. Facing Wang Cheng's murderous gaze, the little girl was shaken inside, but remembering what the bearded brute beside her had previously told her, she mustered her courage. "If you don't leave this sister alone and return her treasure, I won't be polite to you." Not polite. Wang Cheng seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He laughed heartily at the sky. "You few, surround Bai Zhuer and her group. I want to see how this little girl plans to be impolite to me." "Yes, young master." The other members of the Wang family surrounded the four from the Bai family. They stopped their assault and turned their gazes toward the little lowly. Bai Zhuer had been on the brink of despair, but when she heard someone standing up for her, a glimmer of hope sparked. However, Seeing that the person speaking up for her was a little girl from the heavenly saint realm, and that the two people with her were also weak, Bai Zhuer sighed deeply inside. Now, seeing Wang Cheng turning his attention towards the young girl, Bai Zhuer felt a twinge of pity. She looked at the little lowly and said, "Little sister, you can't handle my affairs. Don't trouble yourself over it, lest you get dragged into this." Hearing Bai Zhuer's words, Wang Cheng sneered coldly. "Bai Zhuer, you can hardly save yourself, and yet you worry about others. This girl is insolent. I must teach her a lesson." While speaking, Wang Cheng glared at the little lowly. "Little girl, I won't bully the young. You said you will be impolite to me, so I'll let you have 3 moves. Let's see how you plan to be impolite to me. After 3 moves, Big Brother here will have to teach you a lesson in manners." With just a glare from Wang Cheng, the little lowly's heart skipped a beat. After all, she was only at the heavenly saint level. The little lowly couldn't help but telepathically whisper to the bearded man beside her, "Brother Yi Chun, can we really deal with these 8 and 9 tribulation true gods?" This little lowly was, of course, Pinger, and the bearded man beside her was none other than Yi Chun. They had come to Divine Lotus Peak and were waiting in this valley for the Grand Treasure Convention to begin, but, unexpectedly, they witnessed the conflict between the Wang family and the Bai family. Seeing Bai Zhuer being attacked by several people, Pinger was very angry. However, being only of the heavenly saint realm, she dared not intervene. While she was shaking with anger and couldn't help but curse Wang Cheng, her uncle Yi Chun beside her told her that if she truly wanted to help Bai Zhuer, she should just strike without worrying whether those people were 8 or 9 tribulation true gods. In Bai Zhuer's dire situation, Pinger didn't consider that her uncle Yi Chun was only a first tribulation true god and stood up to speak for Bai Zhuer. Now, under Wang Cheng's intimidating glare, Pinger came to her senses, realizing they were facing a group of 8 and 9 tribulation true gods. Even if her uncle Yi Chun was formidable and had repelled those 5 tribulation true gods who had chased her in the past, he surely couldn't handle so many 9 tribulation true gods. At this moment, Pinger's little face was filled with worry. Seeing Pinger's expression, Wang Cheng became even more triumphant. "What's the matter, little girl? Too scared to make a move? If you don't take action, Big Brother here will have to step in and teach you a lesson." "Humph, villain." Just as Pinger was filled with righteous anger, she heard Yi Chen's voice again in her ear. Her uncle Yi Chen's voice was still so calm. "Pinger, didn't he allow you 3 moves? Just go ahead and strike. I think, although he is an 8 tribulation true god, he is nothing but a scarecrow and definitely can't withstand it." "Really?"
Pinger, was stund?
Immediately after, the little girl gritted her teeth and, mustering all her strength, launched a palm strike at Wang Cheng. But what Wang Cheng and even everyone else failed to see was that the moment Pinger made her move, Yi Chun beside her gently exhaled. Seeing a little girl from the heavenly saint realm daring to attack him made Wang Cheng feel incredibly amused. He watched the seemingly insignificant heavenly saint technique approaching, neither dodging nor evading, and directly faced it head-on. Aha! Let's see just how powerful a junior stage heavenly saint little girl can be. Before Wang Cheng could finish his sentence, he felt the palm wind slam into him. Too weak, Wang Cheng thought to himself, but suddenly, he sensed an incredible force within the palm wind violently penetrating his body. Whoa! In an instant, Wang Cheng, an 8 tribulation true god, was blasted hundreds of feet away, spewing several mouthfuls of blood, his divine power rapidly weakening, unable to even get up. Silence. The entire area fell deathly silent in an instant. Nobody expected that a little girl from the heavenly saint realm could hit an 8 tribulation true god like Wang Cheng so hard. Even little lowly Pinger herself was astonished, her eyes wide with shock. My goodness! I actually blew away an 8 tribulation true god. Could it be, as Uncle Yi Chun said, that this 8 tribulation true god is really just a scarecrow? But, when he was ganging up on that sister earlier, he certainly seemed very powerful. Could it be, it was because of Uncle Yi Chun? Young master! At that moment, seeing Wang Cheng knocked down and vomiting blood, The several nine tribulation true gods from the Wang family no longer cared about surrounding the four from the Bai family and hurriedly rushed toward Wang Cheng. Seeing the chaos in Wang Cheng's meridians and the severe loss of his divine power, the nine tribulation true gods were also filled with shock. They had clearly seen the attack from the little girl was only of the heavenly saint level, yet their young master was so gravely injured. What happened? Kill her. Kill this little girl for me. Right then, the fallen Wang Cheng was so frightened he felt as if his soul was about to fly out. He sensed his divine power, which he had cultivated arduously for decades, seemed to be evaporating, as if it would never come back. Of course, this made Wang Cheng both shocked and furious, and he couldn't help but roar at the several nine tribulation true gods beside him. Riled by Wang Cheng's roar, the several nine tribulation true gods around him stood up and turned their gaze towards Pinger. However, hearing Yi Chen's telepathy again, Pinger was full of confidence. The little girl said to the several nine tribulation true gods, "If any of you dare to make a move, like Wang Cheng, you'll all be blasted to the ground by me." In that instant, Pinger even felt as though she were a lower god king capable of directly confronting nine tribulation true gods. Uncle Yi Chen, it's amazing, really amazing, Pinger thought to herself, with her starry eyes shining with brilliance. Because, as the several nine tribulation true gods stood up, Uncle Yi Chen once again calmly transmitted to her, "Pinger, if they dare to strike, just go ahead and do it. I believe these several nine tribulation true gods are just a bunch of scarecrows as well." Chapter 784- Senior, spare my life. If any of you dare to make a move, you'll end up flattened just like Wang Cheng. Pinger's voice echoed in the middle of the field. A little lowly from the heavenly saint realm, saying such words to several nine tribulation true gods, made the scene look extremely odd. Some of the onlookers even couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, despite the laughter, countless people were filled with doubt. They had clearly investigated. This little lowly was indeed a heavenly saint with a very young bone age, and she couldn't possibly have the ability to defeat an eight tribulation true god. Yet Wang Cheng was definitely flattened by the little lowly. Strange, really strange. These people also considered whether someone beside the little lowly was helping her. However, looking at the old man and the big bearded man beside the little lowly, the strongest among them was only a five tribulation true god, who didn't appear to have the ability to deal with an eight tribulation true god at all. Unable to understand, these people didn't wish to think any further. Anyway, it was none of their business. They just needed to enjoy the show from the sidelines. These people watched the excitement, and some even laughed out loud when they heard Pinger's words. However, these sounds, when they reached Wang Cheng's ears, made his face turn red and then pale. Wang Cheng felt as if he were being ridiculed by everyone. The families in this valley were all weaker than his own, and he originally didn't care about these people at all. Now, being ridiculed by them, how could he tolerate it? "I told you to act. Why haven't you acted yet? A little girl playing tricks. Are so many of us really afraid of her?" Wang Cheng shouted again at the 7-9 tribulation true gods beside him. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words and taking another careful look at Pinger and the two people beside her, the 7-9 tribulation true gods of the Wang family glanced at each other and spoke in unison. "This little girl is a bit strange. Let's attack together and take her down completely to avoid any further trouble. Attack! Boom! 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 Boom!" In an instant, the tremendous divine power of these 7-9 tribulation true gods was suddenly released. The combined strength of 7-9 tribulation true gods attacking together was incredibly powerful. In such a situation, probably only someone in the God King realm could contend against them. And in this valley, there obviously was nobody in the God King realm. Seeing the 7-9 tribulation true gods from the Wang family suddenly unleashing their astonishing divine power and launching their attack towards the little lowly, the previously amused crowd quieted down, some anxiously looking towards Pinger. They wanted to see if the little girl could really withstand the joint attack of these several 9 tribulation true gods. Then, something shocking happened once more. In the face of the onslaught by 7-9 tribulation true gods, the little girl in front of them appeared to be extremely nervous. Nevertheless, the little girl bit down her teeth and with all her might, launched 7 palm strikes continuously at the 7-9 tribulation true gods. The 7 palm strikes from the heavenly saint realm, which many in the crowd didn't take seriously, actually managed, once again, to send the 7-9 tribulation true gods flying. The 7-9 tribulation true gods were truly flattened just as the little girl had previously stated, like Wang Chang, sent flying and spitting blood as they crashed to the ground. Once again, silence fell over the field in an instant. The same bizarre event had occurred again, and this time the little girl from the heavenly saint realm was facing 7 on her own. This was simply unimaginable. Everyone stared at Pinger in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. Even Bai Zhuer, who was standing by, was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She had had no expectations when Pinger came out to help her. Yet now, Pinger had consecutively defeated Wang Chang and the 7-9 tribulation true gods of the Wang family. All of this felt like a dream to Bai Zhuer. What on earth is going on? This sister, she's really not afraid of these 9 tribulation true gods? In the crowd, the most excited one was Pinger herself. Facing the siege of 7-9 tribulation true gods, to say she wasn't nervous would be impossible. If it weren't for her utterly trusting Uncle Yi-chun beside her, she probably wouldn't even have the courage to lift her hand to meet the attack. But her Uncle Yi-chun didn't let her down. Just as her Uncle Yi-chun had said, she really flattened these several 9 tribulation true gods. At this moment, Pinger also knew that all of this was because of the miraculous Uncle Yi-chun beside her. This made Pinger admire Yi-chun even more while also being proud of her own boldness. Ning Pinger also managed to flatten 7-9 tribulation true gods in the heavenly saint realm. After praising herself for a bit, the little girl didn't forget the matter at hand. She looked towards Wang Chang, who was lying on the ground, placed her hands on her hips, and said to him proudly, "I told you I could flatten you guys, but you didn't believe me. Now, time to return the things to this sister, right? Return will return." At this point, Wang Chang was far from his previous arrogant demeanor. He was simply terrified to the extreme of the little lowly before him. It might have been nothing much for just him to be flattened by the little lowly. But the 7-9 tribulation true gods beside him had all been flattened as well. Even if he couldn't understand the background of the little lowly, he knew that if it weren't her, then someone very powerful was hidden beside her. This expert must possess the combat strength of a lower god king to deal with them so effortlessly. Wang Chang hurriedly pulled out the treasure previously swallowed by the Bai family and returned it to Bai Zhuer. Seeing Wang Chang capitulate, Yi-chun nodded. The matter was resolved by Ning Pinger, and helping Bai Zhuer and her companions, whom she had only met by chance, could be considered a good deed. Yi-chun watched Ning Pinger with her proud little lowly demeanor and couldn't help but find her amusing. This little girl, slightly resembling Jiang Yao in her eyes and eyebrows, was quite different from Jiang Yao's gentle grace, more like a fearless calf not afraid of tigers. Her reckless behavior was quite interesting. However, just when Yi-chun thought the incident was coming to a satisfactory conclusion, and while he was still smiling, he suddenly furrowed his brow and looked directly towards the horizon. At that moment, a figure crossed the void with unimaginable speed and descended into the valley. Once the figure settled, the shape of a brocade-clad elder was revealed. This brocade-clad elder exuded an extremely powerful aura, evidently a peak lower god king. Upon seeing this brocade-clad elder, many true gods in the area exclaimed, "It's the Wang family's elder divine king." Wang Chang, who had been in a sorry state, also cried out in surprise, "Grandfather, what happened?" As soon as the brocade-clad elder arrived in the valley and saw Wang Chang covered in blood, and the other Wang family's 7th tribulation true gods lying on the ground and groaning in pain, his brow furrowed immediately. In an instant, a heaven-shaking aura vibrated throughout the valley with a thunderous roar. The presence of a lower god king was immensely powerful, especially when it was a furious peak lower god king from the Wang family. Other clan warriors present, all in the true god realm, simply could not withstand such pressure and felt even their breathing become laborious in the blink of an eye. This caused the faces of everyone on the scene to change drastically. Even Ning Pinger at this time rushed into Yi Chen's embrace, her heart pounding, bang, bang, bang. God King Realm. For Ning Pinger, it was akin to characters from myths. The sudden arrival of such a person, who also stood on Wang Cheng's side, certainly made Ning Pinger's little face turn pale with fright. Seeing Ning Pinger's fearful expression, Wang Cheng, who was covered in dust, suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He had been unwilling to yield, forced into submission by the situation. Now, with his peak lower God King grandfather here, he naturally didn't want to lower his voice again. It's her.
Wang Cheng pointed directly at Ning Pinger.
Grandfather, it was this girl who knocked us all down. There must be a powerful ninth tribulation true God hidden by her side, or perhaps a lower God King. Grandfather, you must avenge us. Wang Cheng couldn't believe that a little girl, who he thought nothing of, would be able to make contact with someone important. She was just a little girl at the heavenly saint realm. At most she would be able to reach a formidable ninth tribulation true God or an ordinary lower God King. No matter what, she definitely couldn't compare to his grandfather, a truly powerful divine king who had cultivated for countless years. This little girl managed to knock you all down? Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the brocade-clad elder's divine eyes immediately turned towards lowly Ning Pinger. However, his gaze quickly moved past Ning Pinger and directly onto the others. With his eyesight, he knew that this little girl, merely at the heavenly saint realm, couldn't possibly have the strength to deal with his Wang family's ninth tribulation true gods. Which fellow Taoist has bullied our Wang family? Don't hide anymore. Come out. The brocade-clad elder's divine eyes swept across everyone present. If you don't come forward, I will have to be unkind to this little girl. Upon hearing the brocade-clad elder's words, countless true gods trembled. They looked at Ning Pinger with eyes filled with sympathy. No matter how miraculous this little girl was, she couldn't possibly handle a lower god king. That hidden expert has now done this little girl in. She was able to deal with the Wang family's ninth tribulation true gods, which was impressive enough, but she didn't expect the old divine king of the Wang family to come as well. This old divine king is rumored to be close to breaking through to the middle god king realm soon, and his combat power is extraordinary, capable of fighting even many middle god kings. This is bad. This little girl hasn't been able to help the Bai family, but has dragged herself into trouble instead. I've always said that one shouldn't meddle in external conflicts lightly, or one might attract great misfortune at any time. Countless true gods bowed their heads, not daring to look at the brocade-clad elder, their thoughts racing, and some even took schadenfreude pleasure. At that moment, they heard a faint voice coming from the side of the little lowly. Take your Wang family people and get lost. Oh, and from now on, don't target the Bai family anymore. All heads turned to look beside the little lowly. It was the bearded man beside the little lowly who had spoken. He was the one who had earlier come to the aid of the heavenly saint realm lowly. He dared to speak to the Wang family's old divine king like that. Upon hearing these words, the brocade-clad elder became even more enraged. It seems you've concealed your cultivation level, huh? You think you can make my Wang family leave without showing your true combat power. It seems you are unwilling to comply. Yi Chun, disguised as the bearded man, shook his head.
Chaînes combat aura suddenly unleashed.
Even though Yi Chun only released less than 1% of his combat aura, it caused the brocade-clad elder's expression to go through a drastic change. The brocade-clad elder felt as if he had fallen into terrifying, tumultuous waves. Even when he faced upper god kings, he had never felt such terrifying pressure. In an instant, where the brocade-clad elder dared not show the slightest disrespect, he involuntarily knelt before Yi Chun and called out loudly, "Senior, spare my life. Senior, spare my life." Chapter 785 Battle of the Three Ancestors. The brocade-robed elder's action petrified everyone present. No one expected that just a moment ago, The elder was confronting the bearded man face to face, and the next moment, he kneeled down on the ground. The combat aura Yi Chun emitted was only directed at the brocade-robed elder. Nobody else felt it. But from the sheer terror on the face of the brocade-robed elder, and the way he cried out "Elder" with reverence, a shock went through the crowd as their gaze towards Yi Chun underwent a dramatic change. Elder. To make a god king of the Wang family cry out "Elder," could it be this bearded man who seemed to be just a first tribulation true god, actually had combat strength surpassing that of this lower god king at the pinnacle of his power? Could this bearded man possibly be the legendary middle god king, or even an upper god king? Grandfather! At this moment, Wang Cheng was completely dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that his grandfather, who was originally going to stand up for him, was now kneeling before a bearded man beside a little lowly. Even if Wang Cheng was foolish, he knew this bearded man was a major figure whom even his grandfather wouldn't dare to provoke. If his grandfather had even the slightest ability to resist, he would never have done so. You unfilial creature! Hearing Wang Cheng's voice, the brocade-robed elder's face turned, and he scolded back, "Kneel down! Kneel before the elder right now!" Snap! This time, without anyone else's intervention, Wang Cheng and the other several Nine Tribulation true gods of the Wang family hurriedly knelt behind the brocade-robed elder. "Elder, I truly did not know you were here. Any disrespect was an unpardonable sin for the younger generation. I do not know where the elder hails from. Are you a mighty upper god king? Or the legendary earth divine venerable?" The brocade-robed elder kept apologizing to Yi Chun. Yi Chun looked at the terror-stricken brocade-robed elder and said indifferently, "What? Do you want to find out my identity to seek revenge on me? How would I dare?" The brocade-robed elder jumped in fright at Yi Chun's words. What a joke. Although he had only briefly encountered the combat aura of the elder in front of him, he had already felt an aura he absolutely could not shake. Even if he were 100 times stronger, he would still be completely unable to disturb that aura. The brocade-robed elder had never sensed such an aura from any of the numerous family powerhouses who came to Divine Lotus Peak, which sparked some curiosity. But after hearing Yi Chen's words, where would he dare to ask even half a word more? He simply bowed his head, not daring to utter another word, and continued to kowtow to Yi Chen. Yi Chen originally didn't want to reveal his identity. However, with the arrival of this lower god king, the lowly's identity could no longer cope with the situation. It was then that Yi Chen stood up. Having intimidated the group, Yi Chen no longer wished to bother with them. "You can leave now. Remember what I said earlier, and make sure to keep your family members under control." Yi Chen directly issued the expulsion order. Yes. The junior will definitely keep the family members in check." The brocade-robed elder's clothes were already soaked in cold sweat from fear, but upon hearing that Yi Chen wouldn't hold them accountable anymore, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Without an ounce of hesitation, he swept up Wang Cheng and the other 7 Nine Tribulation true gods into his sleeves. Like a terrified rabbit, they vanished in the blink of an eye. After the Wang family members left, the entire area remained silent. Everyone was surreptitiously observing Yi Chen. Bai Zhuer was the most shaken. She had never believed that little lowly Pinger had saved her and knew for sure that there was a powerful figure aiding the little sister. She couldn't have imagined that the person who helped was the first tribulation true god bearded man she hadn't paid much attention to before. Now, Bai Zhuer dared not treat the bearded man as a mere first tribulation true god, for she understood he was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. Hadn't the old god king from the Wang family also been utterly terrified? Besides the deeply shaken Bai Zhuer, those who looked at Yi Chen the most were the grandfather and granddaughter beside him, Pinger and her grandfather. When Pinger had taunted the true gods of the Wang family, her grandfather had been startled, but after hearing Yi Chen's voice transmission telling him not to worry, he managed to calm down a little. He could never have expected that the man who had saved them back then was not only capable of handling an 8 Tribulation true god or a 9 Tribulation true god, but even wasn't afraid of a god king. This obviously indicated that the bearded man who had saved them from the 5 Tribulation true gods had concealed his real cultivation level. They had encountered a true powerhouse and savior. As for Pinger, she looked at Yi Chun as if he were a great hero. Her sparkling eyes were practically glowing. Yi Chun uncle told me not to worry, and he was right. Even if characters from myths as formidable as those in the God King realm come, there's no need to worry. Uncle Yi Chun, just what realm does he belong to? The little girl didn't dare to ask directly. At this point, she too had developed a sliver of awe for Yi Chun. She just kept scrutinizing Yi Chen's face, wishing she could etch his appearance deeply into her heart. Yi Chen didn't care about the gazes from the others. However, being constantly stared at by the grandfather and granddaughter who had accompanied him on his journey, Yi Chun felt somewhat helpless. He smiled towards Pinger and her grandfather. All right, everything here has been settled. Let's go and check out other places. MHM. Hearing Yi Chen's gentle words, Pinger's heart fluttered with joy. She hopped over to Yi Chen's side, grasping his hand with her small one. Uncle Yi Chun, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anyone. Yi Chun chuckled as he patted Pinger's little head and nodded towards the 4 members of the Bai family before leading the grandfather and granddaughter away from the valley. It wasn't until Yi Chun and his 2 companions had vanished from sight that the shocking discussion and astonishment truly erupted throughout the valley. In the days that followed, more and more families gathered at the base of Divine Lotus Peak. Of course, the conflicts that followed were incessant. However, Yi Chun and his 2 companions encountered no more provocations or attempts to meddle in disputes. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived when Divine Lotus Peak would officially open, and 1,000 families would enter the interior of Divine Lotus Peak. When the day came, the mysterious restricted area Yi Chun had previously probed burst open with a thunderous sound, and the crowd below Divine Lotus Peak surged into the restriction like a swarm of locusts. The Grand Treasure Convention is finally starting. Uncle Yi Chun, let's hurry inside too. After this morning's treasure exchange conference ends, we'll be able to witness the battles of the worshipped ancestors who are cultivating inside. Amidst the crowd, Pinger pulled both Yi Chun and her grandfather, her exhilaration palpable as they surged into Divine Lotus Peak. Yi Chen's gaze toward the restrictive area inside Divine Lotus Peak also flashed with eagerness. Yi Chun wasn't too interested in the treasure exchange convention of 1,000 families that Pinger mentioned. However, he was quite intrigued by the main event of the Grand Treasure Convention, the combat between several middle god kings of the Earth Divine Venerable ranking. On one hand, Yi Chun wanted to see if any of the few Middle Earth Divine Venerables, who were worshipped ancestors, were that very Anai Shan God King who had once persecuted the God King realm's Bingfeng. On the other hand, Yi Chun also wanted to witness a Middle Earth Divine Venerables battle. Currently, Yi Chen's combat strength allowed him to contend with a lower Earth Divine Venerable, but facing a Middle God King without the Shen Divine Cone, he was still no match. Yi Chun wanted to observe the methods of Middle Earth Divine Venerables. When Yi Chun stepped into the secretive restricted area of Divine Lotus Peak, he discovered an immense mountain gate plaza within, and beyond the plaza, several towering peaks. The countless warriors from numerous families who had poured in were brimming with excitement, immediately starting the treasure exchange of the Grand Treasure Convention upon reaching the plaza. Yet Yi Chen's eyes were trained directly on the peaks beyond the Mountain Gate Plaza. Xiaojiu, use your divine sense to sense around. Inside, are there any signs of an Aishan God King? Yi Chun communicated telepathically to Xiaojiu inside the Ice Jade Pendant. Xiaojiu nodded and closed her eyes, her mighty soul force extending throughout the entire area within the restriction. Yi Chun, there are dozens of God Kings within this restricted area, and 8 lower Earth Divine Venerables. These people are from various families. Deep within that valley, there are 3 Middle Earth Divine Venerables. It seems they are the 3 Middle Earth Divine Venerable worshipped ancestors spoken of by these family warriors, those worshipped ancestors of the 1,000 families. The one on the left. Xiaojiu's voice paused mid-assessment. Right, it's him. Yi Chun. That person might be the very Anai Shan God King whose appearance you shared with me. At Xiaojiu's thought, the scene she had sensed was directly transmitted into Yi Chen's mind. Instantly, Yi Chun saw a withered-browed, yellow-robed old man. This withered-browed, yellow-robed elder bore an uncanny resemblance to the Nishan God King described by Bingfeng, the God King realm being whose image Yi Chun had seen previously. The only difference was that this elder seemed even older, his aura more profound, having transcended from a former upper God King to a true Middle-earth divine venerable. It's him! Yi Chun's mind flashed, his fist clenching tight in an instant. Having finally found this Nishan God King, Yi Chun was at last prepared to avenge his senior, Bingfeng, from the God King realm. Yi Chun, shall we go now and execute him? Xiaozhou asked Yi Chun. Xiaozhou knew that although Yi Chun's own combat strength couldn't directly kill this Nishan God King, with the armor of the star-blue divine garment, Yi Chun would not fear the attack of the Nishan God King, and with the Xian divine cone, killing the man would be effortless. Yi Chun also wished to directly kill the man. However, recalling Pinger's mention of combat between the worshipped ancestors, Yi Chun unclenched his fist. Now that we've set our sights on him, he cannot escape, Yi Chun said. Let's first watch the battle between these three worshipped ancestors. Then I'll make my move after their fight ends, dealing with an Nishan. Xiaozhou nodded. Observing the battle of three Middle-earth divine venerables is also beneficial, as it will allow you to absorb more combat experience. Chapter 786 – Battle of the Earth Divine Venerable. Hidden deep within Divine Lotus Peak, the three mid-tier Earth Divine Venerables likely never imagined that their whereabouts had already been discovered by Xiaozhou and relayed to Yi Chun. The Nishan God King would be even more surprised that he had been targeted by a descendant of a God King whom he had wronged and long since forgotten. The treasure exchange event officially began. The plaza in front of the mountain gate was bustling with activity. This was the grand gathering that took place every 3 years for these 1,000 clans, with nearly each family bringing out their treasures to continuously exchange with other clans. Even Pinger and her grandfather brought out several treasured items from their family's collection to exchange for some precious cultivation materials for Pinger. The entire treasure exchange event lasted the whole morning. The warriors in the field were still not satisfied. However, at this moment, they had all begun to put away their treasures. They knew there would be time later to exchange treasures, but now was the main event of the treasure exchange event, where the patron ancestors of the 1,000 families would display their combat powers and fight each other. All eyes turned towards the void space beyond the Mountain Gate Plaza. In those gazes, there was reverence, admiration, fear, and above all, anticipation. As these people were looking on, Pinger quietly transmitted a message to Yi Chun. Uncle Yi Chun, the treasure exchange event offerings to the patron ancestors have been going on for thousands of years. Over these thousands of years, many families have fallen, but new ones have risen, and there have always been 1,000 families required by these patron ancestors to continually offer tributes. Initially, some families were unwilling, but they were all brutally suppressed by the patron ancestors. Later on, the offering throughout the treasure exchange event became a tradition. And every time, the battle among several patron ancestors at the treasure exchange event serves as a deterrent. They want to show the 1,000 families their powerful might, sufficient to dominate the entire continent. Pinger spoke with utmost seriousness. Clearly, these words must have been told to her by the elders of her family. Hearing Pinger's words, Yi Chun smiled and patted her head. Then, his gaze also turned towards the large mountains beyond the plaza at the mountain gate. These three mid-tier Earth divine venerables sure know how to enjoy themselves, directly suppressing a whole star continent and demanding continuous offerings from the clans on the continent. They are clever indeed, choosing only 1,000 families and collecting tribute only once every 3 years. No doubt even the Western Territory King Mansion of the Divine Kingdom wouldn't bother with them, he said. However, small streams make a big river. Over the years, the tributes they have collected must amount to a staggering figure. Merely through intimidation, they get to enjoy all manner of offerings. A clever tactic indeed. While Yi Chun was pondering, Xiaozhou chuckled and sent a telepathic message to him. Yi Chun, since that Nishan God King has been serving as a patron ancestor for so many years, He must have accumulated quite a collection of treasures. Although he is just an earth divine venerable, and the offerings from below may not be too valuable, the total is probably still worth a considerable amount of black divine coins. After we deal with that Enai Shan God King, we can take those treasures, which will surely be of great help to your cultivation. Upon hearing Xiaojio's words, Yi Chen's mind stirred, and he nodded in agreement. Just as Yi Chen and Xiaojio were scheming, laughter echoed across void heaven. Time truly flies. Before you realize it, the day of the treasure exchange event has arrived again. Enai Shan Wanbua. I wonder if the two of you have made any progress during this period of seclusion. Master Lianxing, last time you claimed first place in the Tri-Ancestor fight and enjoyed a lot of offerings. But this time the offerings should fall to me, Wanbua. Fellow Taoists, I did not put forth my full strength when refining treasures before. However, this time I, Enai Shan, must take first place in the Tri-Ancestor fight. I have some matters that require the assistance of these little families down below. Amidst the conversing voices echoing in all directions, the silhouettes of 3 mid-tier earth divine venerables appeared as if out of nowhere, flying straight out from the giant mountain peaks behind the plaza. In an instant, they arrived above the extreme heavens of the Mountain Gate Plaza. Then, the 3 mid-tier earth divine venerables directly fixed their divine gaze on the countless warriors from the 1,000 families below. We greet the patron ancestors. Seeing these 3 prominent mid-tier earth divine venerables, numerous warriors from different families prostrated themselves on the ground. Many others were seeing these fabled mid-tier earth divine venerables for the first time, completely stunned by their awe-inspiring presence in the field. Of course, Yi Chen had no intention of kneeling before these 3 individuals. Hidden among the crowd, Yi Chen had previously identified these 3 individuals through Xiaojio's investigation, and seeing them now, they were exactly as Xiaojio had described. The leftmost one, with withered brows and clad in yellow robes, was the Enai Shan God King. According to their conversation, the middle one, a gray-robed and rotund middle-aged man, must be the Master Lianxing who had won the previous Tri-Ancestor fight. The youngest-looking one at the end was a long-haired youth clad in purple, known as Master Wanbua. It was these 3 who occupied Divine Lotus Peak, held esteem on the Snow Lotus Mountain continent, and enjoyed countless offerings. The 3 mid-rank earth divine venerables of void heaven swept their gazes over the crowd below before shifting their attention away. To them, those below were mere small fries, endlessly providing tributes. They simply didn't take them to heart. Since the assembly has begun, said Master Lianxing among the 3, let us follow the usual rules of the competition. You 2 fight first to decide the victor, and then the winner can challenge me, the champion of the last session. Hee, haven't moved a muscle in 3 years. I'm getting a bit itchy for action, said Master Wanbua, turning to look at Enai Shan God King upon hearing Master Lianxing's words. Enai Shan, let's see the power of your blood puppet. Enai Shan God King gave a non-committal smile, waved his large hand downwards, and suddenly a shocking barrier enveloped everyone in the plaza below. We will still follow the old rules. We cannot touch the barrier below, to avoid injuring these youngsters who submit their offerings to us. Let's battle up here in void heaven. Wanbua, make your move. In an instant, Master Lianxing stepped aside. Enai Shan God King and Master Wanbua then faced each other directly in the void. It started. The battle between the mid-rank Earth Divine Venerables is about to begin. The countless onlookers were ecstatic. Many of them had come to submit offerings just to witness this world-shaking battle, just to behold the grandeur of the legendary mid-rank Earth Divine Venerables. Uncle Yi Chen, are you as powerful as them? Pinger was extremely excited, her curiosity getting the better of her as she suddenly sent a telepathic message to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and telepathically replied, My own realm is not up to par with these individuals. However, if it really came to a fight, I do have some methods up my sleeve to deal with them. Really? Oh my, Uncle Yi Chen, you're incredible. Pinger's heart thumped wildly with excitement. She looked around stealthily as if afraid that someone would overhear, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her and her Uncle Yi Chen, she felt relieved and said, Uncle Yi-chun, I know you must be concealing your strength on purpose. Don't worry. Pinger will definitely keep your secret. Hee hee. To think that I came to watch the battle between a couple of great figures, only to meet an even more formidable Uncle Yi-chun. While Pinger was somewhat excited, her grandfather glanced at her and said, Pinger, quickly watch the battle in the sky. The two venerated ancestors are about to fight. You've always wanted to see this, so don't miss out on this world-shaking battle. Pinger responded to her grandfather with a covert wink at Yi-chun. Then she, together with Yi-chun, watched the sky with a light chuckle. Above in void heaven, an Aishan God King and Master Wanbua, standing opposite each other, didn't mobilize their immense divine power like the battles of the true God Kings. They simply pinched their fingers to cast a spell, and each released a mysterious object. In front of an Aishan God King appeared a combat puppet, vividly detailed with eyes, eyebrows, and mouth, clad in blood-red armor. Master Wanbua, on the other hand, summoned a palm-sized, dark black mountain. The next moment, the blood puppet and the dark black mountain in front of the two expanded dramatically, clashing at an unbelievable speed. The dark black mountain transformed instantly into a mountain of 1,000 zhang tall, ruthlessly bearing down upon the blood puppet below. The blood puppet also swelled to a titanic size in an instant and, with a swing of its fist, sent the imposing dark black mountain flying tens of thousands of zhang away. The battle of this caliber between mid-rank Earth divine venerables was astoundingly inconceivable. Xiaojiu also telepathically said to Yi-chun, Yi-chun, cultivating to the Earth divine venerable realm, one's divine power surges to extreme heights. Their battles hinge more on the life-bound treasures they've been refining over time. Having undergone countless years of refinement, these life-bound treasures possess terrifying offensive power. Once fully unleashed, they can even far exceed the combat level of the Earth Divine Venerable themselves. Don't think that these two mid-rank Earth Divine Venerables are merely letting their life-bound treasures fight. If both artifacts unleash their full battle power, they could effortlessly shatter an ordinary star continent. Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Yi-chen's heart was also stirred. Earth Divine Venerable battles were indeed different from those of Divine Kings, not only fighting themselves but also relying on a myriad of life-bound treasures. In such circumstances, owning a mysterious heavenly divine artifact or the legendary ultimate heavenly artifact would likely skyrocket one's combat power to unimaginable levels. No wonder Yi-chun had heard that those in the divine venerable realm and sovereign realm were all coveting the ultimate heavenly artifacts. Yi-chen's gaze was especially fixed on the blood puppet in front of an Aishan God King. Yi-chun had used various combat puppets before, but their techniques were very rigid, capable only of manifesting part of the original master's combat power. Just like the combat puppet left to him by the frozen God King, it only had the combat power of a mid-rank divine king, nowhere near the true God King's actual strength. Yet at this moment, Yi-chun sensed a true mid-rank Earth divine venerable killing intent from the blood puppet of an Aishan God King, and he felt that the puppet seemed to hold some unfathomable power yet to be utilized. Chapter 787 - Blood Puppet. While Yi-chun and Xiaojiu were communicating telepathically, the battle in the sky underwent another change. The blood puppet, bloated and enlarged by an Aishan God King, relentlessly bombarded Master Wanbua's tens of thousands of feet tall, dark mountain peak, causing it to burst backward repeatedly. Clearly, Master Wanbua, with just the dark mountain peak artifact, couldn't withstand an Aishan God King's attacks any longer. At this moment, Master Wanbua made a grasping motion in the air, and from his body, immediately burst forth a dazzling golden ring. The moment the dazzling golden ring shot out, it transformed into a colossally huge size and instantly vanished from the spatial dimension. The next instant, the golden ring reappeared outside of the blood puppet's body, and in a flash, completely bound the blood puppet within the ring. Upon seeing the sparkling golden ring, Master Lianqing, who was watching the battle from the side, was profoundly shaken. A middle-grade mystical heavenly artifact. Wanbua, have you truly fully refined the crimson gold divine ring? While Master Lianqing spoke, The golden ring emitted endless divine light and started to shrink insanely fast. This constriction squeezed the bound blood puppet within, almost to the point of bursting. Boom! 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 The dazzling golden ring, still holding the blood puppet, suddenly plummeted from the sky toward the distant ground, shattering a vast expanse of land behind the Mountain Gate Plaza. Seeing this scene, an initially stunned Master Lianqing then smiled. It seems that after this battle of the three ancestors concludes, we'll need to thoroughly repair Divine Lotus Mountain once again. However, first let's see how an Aishan breaks free from the Crimson Gold Divine Ring. If an Aishan doesn't take action soon, his blood puppet might just be crushed by the Crimson Gold Divine Ring. Everyone looked toward an Aishan God King. At this moment, an Aishan God King showed no signs of worry, as if he had anticipated that Master Wanbo would resort to such tactics. After the Crimson Gold Divine Ring bound the blood puppet and crashed it into the ground, an Aishan God King waited for the ring's divine light to flash again before suddenly clenching his hand to cast a spell. Poof! 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 Instantly, the blood puppet, entrapped by the Crimson Gold Divine Ring, transformed into two figures in a flicker and broke free from the ring. Witnessing this, Master Wanbo was greatly alarmed. Others might not be aware of the power of his middle-grade mystical heavenly artifact Crimson Gold Divine Ring, but he was exceptionally clear about its capabilities. Indeed, once bound by the Crimson Gold Divine Ring, unless the power level exceeded the ring, no matter how the item inside changed, expanded, shrunk, or shifted, it would absolutely have no chance of escaping the ring's constraints. After all, the Crimson Gold Divine Ring could bind anything within any space completely. Yet at this time, an Aishan God King's blood puppet had broken free from such restraints, which naturally shocked Master Wanbo enormously. On the ground, Yichan had noticed something was off with an Aishan God King's blood puppet earlier, and now seeing it suddenly burst out from the gleaming ring, its blood light intensely radiating, Yichen's eyes sparkled with insight. Looking at this, the blood puppet is actually a superior mystical heavenly artifact. An Aishan God King has managed to refine a superior mystical heavenly artifact at the level of a mid-rank earth god. You should know, many heavenly divine venerables would possess artifacts of this caliber. Yes, it is indeed a superior mystical heavenly artifact. Xiaojiu, who was beside him, also said aloud. While Yichan and Xiaojiu were conversing, an Aishan God King, who had unleashed the formidable power of his blood puppet, gave Master Wanbo a faint smile. Wanbo, if you have no more tricks up your sleeve, you won't be able to withstand my attacks. Though he spoke, an Aishan God King's actions didn't pause for an instant. With a clench of his hand, the now two-headed blood puppet split again, one head charging once more toward the Crimson Gold Divine Ring, and the other, even more directly, toward Master Wanbo himself. And the blood puppet, now split into two, attacked with a speed and power that had increased dozens of times from before. Seeing this, Master Wanbo was horrified. He slapped his hand down, and the Dark Mountain Peak artifact immediately pressed down toward the blood puppet. At the same time, he continuously tapped at his waist, releasing several artifacts to intercept the blood puppet. Clearly, Master Wanbo had recognized the threat of the blood puppet. His Dark Mountain Peak artifact was already inadequate against the original blood puppet, and it was even less effective against this even more powerful blood puppet. His only hope was to deploy his artifacts one after another, hoping to use their numbers to completely suppress the blood puppet that was assailing him. Upon witnessing Master Wanbo's tactics, the Aishan God King let out a cold laugh. Wanbo, I've always said that focusing on refining a single artifact is far stronger than being distracted by many. Now, you can no longer withstand the attack of my blood puppet. As the Aishan God King spoke, he pinched his magic formula again, and the blood puppet attacking Master Wanbo suddenly split into two. Even the one confronting the Crimson Gold Divine Ring also divided. Effectively, the Aishan God King had unleashed 4 blood puppets instantaneously. After morphing into 4 blood puppets, their combat strength saw another rise, even slightly exuding the aura of an upper-rank earth god. Boom! With just a single swipe, one blood puppet sent a gigantic dark mountain soaring tens of thousands of feet away. The next moment, another blood puppet crushed 3 of the magical artifacts that Master Wanbua had called forth behind him, and the 2 attacking the crimson gold divine ring even firmly grasped it in their hands. This situation clearly showcased the Nishan God King's absolute advantage in the attack. At this point, Master Wanbua, with a drastically changed complexion, dared not launch any more attacks. Instead he screeched at the Nishan God King, "Nishan, I concede in this bout." Boom! 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 The moment Master Wanbua conceded, the 4 blood puppets driven by the Nishan God King vanished, and in the next instant, like 4 great celestial guardians, they appeared behind the Nishan God King. The Nishan God King smiled at Master Wanbua. "Well, Wanbua, let us consider this a victory for me." Master Wanbua's face turned a bit pallid, taking a deep look at the Nishan God King before nodding. "Nishan, you've won." At this moment, the Nishan God King turned his gaze towards Master Lianqing, who was observing the battle from the side. Master Lianqing's expression was unsightly as well. He said to the Nishan God King, "Nishan, I didn't expect that you would refine your lifeblood blood puppet to such an extent. In the previous Tri-Ancestor fights, you never showed their full strength. It's impossible that in just 3 years, you would have gone from a single blood puppet to the level of 4 blood puppets. Nishan, tell me truthfully, have you now refined your blood puppets to the ultimate form of the 8-headed blood puppet? If you have, then I shall admit defeat automatically. 8-headed blood puppets, with the might equal to the finest mystical heavenly artifacts, would allow you, an intermediate rank earth god, to fight against numerous heavenly divine venerables." At Master Lianqing's words, the Nishan God King simply smiled. He pinched his magic formula once more. Boom! 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 The 4 blood puppets behind him then transformed once again, turning into the true 8-headed blood puppets. The 8-headed blood puppets, gigantic and towering, each 100 feet tall, now stood quietly behind the Nishan God King. In that moment, even Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua seemed insignificantly small in front of the Nishan God King. 8-headed blood puppets, Nishan, have you really succeeded in refining them? Upon seeing the 8-headed blood puppets behind the Nishan God King, the faces of Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua drastically changed. In that instant, the 2 involuntarily flew together. Originally, the 3 of them were nearly equal in strength, and even if one was slightly stronger, the other 2 could join forces to suppress that one. This had kept the 3 in a delicate balance with one another. Now, with the Nishan God King's successful refinement of the blood puppet miracle, that balance had been shattered in an instant, causing both Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua, the 2 intermediate rank earth gods, to feel a sense of crisis. The pair even felt that if the Nishan God King harbored the intent to kill, even their united front may not withstand the attacks of the 8-headed blood puppets. After all, with the continued enhancement of the 8-headed blood puppets' might, they truly could battle against heavenly divine venerables. At this thought, the 2 suddenly had an ominous premonition. The Nishan God King had this time revealed all 8 blood puppets, as if no longer wanting to conceal his power. Perhaps he really intended to turn against them. Chapter 788-Nishan's Fangs. When Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua looked vigilant, Nishan God King was not at all surprised. He watched the 2 of them, a touch of disdain flashing in the depth of his eyes, yet his face bore a light smile as he said, "I've also been on this snow lotus mountain of the star continent for thousands of years, and I'm a bit tired of it. Now that my blood puppet has been fully refined, there's really nothing left here worth clinging to. The only thing I would miss is the primordial lifeblood of you 2 brothers." Hearing Nishan God King's words, Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua's faces changed drastically. The 2 shouted almost simultaneously, "Brother Nishan, what do you mean by this?" "What do I mean?" Nishan God King glanced at them sidelong. "Do you really think, after sharing tributes with you 2 on the star continent for thousands of years, That I've done it all for such trivial offerings? What I'm after is my life's treasure, the blood puppet. Now my blood puppet. As long as I find 8 virgin essence blood and devour the 2 of your essences, I can transform it into a true top-grade mystic heaven divine weapon. Brothers, we've been together for so many years. Can't you two fulfill one last wish of this old brother? Boom! 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 The words of Anishan God King exploded like thunderbolts, striking at the hearts of Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua. How could they not understand what Anishan God King meant? Anishan God King's intention to have the blood puppet devour their lifeblood was clearly not going to be satisfied with just a little bit. Obviously, he aimed to take their lives. Nishan, back then we saved your life from another star continent. The 3 of us became sworn brothers and came to this star continent. Now, do you really want to repay kindness with enmity? Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua angrily rebuked Anishan God King. Repay kindness with enmity? Anishan God King laughed coldly. In this world, it's the survival of the fittest. Back in the day, I had quite a few brothers. But alas, many of them contributed to me in the end. Otherwise, I would not have broken through to the Earth Divine Venerable Realm so quickly. Hee. You two will soon join my old brothers. Anishan God King's words clearly indicated that this wasn't the first time he had engaged in such fratricidal acts. Upon hearing Anishan God King's speech, Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua fully realized that there was no possibility of the Anishan God King in front of them letting them go. The 2 would not waste any more words, and were even less inclined to simply surrender. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 unleashed their life's treasures, intercepting before them, while they themselves fled with unimaginable speed towards the distance. Trying to flee? Under my 8 great blood puppets? Do you think you can escape? Seeing the actions of Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua, Anishan God King sneered, then pointed his finger into the void. The 8 huge blood puppets behind him suddenly vanished from sight. The next moment, the world was engulfed by an endless blood-red miasma. In just a few breaths, Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua, who were fleeing, were caught by 6 blood puppets and hurled back to their original location. Having refined 8 great blood puppets, indeed Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua stood no chance of defense. Nishan, if you dare to kill us, we will certainly curse you with a death filled with suffering. At this moment, Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua were bound by layers of blood-red miasma, unable even to self-destruct their divine power, and shouted helplessly at Anishan God King. Hearing Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua's curses, Anishan God King didn't care at all. Curse? If there really was such a curse, I would have died long ago. Anishan God King glanced at the 2 men, saying with a laugh, After all, I've spent thousands of years with you 2 brothers. Rest assured, I won't kill you so quickly. I'll wait until I've collected those other 8 virgin essence blood. Virgin essence blood refers to the lifeblood of male and female martial artists who are virgins. While he spoke, Anishan God King's gaze shifted from Master Lianqing and Master Wanhua, looking down at the countless martial artists among the 1,000 families below. At this point, the martial artists below were completely dumbstruck. They could never have imagined that this grand treasure convention would turn out like this. They never expected that the 3 mid-rank Earth Divine Venerables, pillars of their families, could come into conflict with one another. Even less did they anticipate that this ancestor Anishan would overpower the other 2 ancestors, clearly intending to kill the other 2. Seeing this, the martial artists below were utterly shaken in spirit. Numerous individuals wanted to flee, yet they dared not make the attempt. If even the 2 mighty mid-rank Earth Divine Venerable ancestors couldn't escape from this ancestor Anishan, how could they possibly escape? All they could hope was that when Ancestor Anishan spoke of collecting 8 virgin essence blood, he would not turn his gaze upon them in the end. Seeing the silence on the ground below, and the martial artist struck with extreme fear, Anishan God King nodded in satisfaction. He relished this feeling of controlling everything. Very good. Anishan God King looked down at everyone and said lightly, You're being so obedient, and that pleases me. Rest assured when I say I'll only take 8 virgin essence blood. I'll only select 8 people from among you. The kid there, step forward. And Aishan God King immediately pointed to a true God Realm youth. The true God Realm youth, upon hearing an Aishan God King's words, was completely petrified with fear. After a moment of shock, he cried out to his family nearby, "Dad, Grandpa, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." The people beside him were also in tears, but they dared not show even the slightest sign of resistance. They were only in the true God realm, and to them this ancestor was like a divine being. They couldn't resist at all. Seeing the extreme sorrow of the crying youth, an Aishan God King just laughed. "Little kid, becoming a sacrifice for my blood puppet is your fortune. Why cry? Don't worry. There are others to accompany you. Didn't you see? Your 2 ancestors will soon join you." And Aishan God King's gaze then shifted to the others. Wherever his gaze passed, the crowd hurriedly lowered their heads in fear. At that moment, an Aishan God King caught sight of Pinger, and his eyes lit up. "Now here's a pretty little girl. Little girl, my second virgin essence blood will be you." Hearing an Aishan God King speak directly to Pinger, her grandfather Ningxian nearly fainted with fear. Of course, he did not want his beloved granddaughter to be killed. Even though he was only a 5th tribulation true god, completely unable to stand against an Aishan ancestor in the sky, he stood up without hesitation. "Ancestor, my granddaughter is just a child. You can't kill her. Sister." At this time, Bai Zhuer, who was previously saved by Pinger's outcry, also stood up in an instant. She seemed to have struggled for a long time, but finally spoke resolutely to an Aishan God King. "Ancestor, don't harm this sister. If you want virgin essence blood, let me replace her." The other 4 members of the Bai family were completely taken aback by Bai Zhuer's actions and were greatly startled. They desperately tried to hold Bai Zhuer back, but she remained determined and unwavering. Observing the expressions of the people below, an Aishan God King smiled faintly. "It seems we are not short of good Samaritans in our divine kingdom. Rest assured, I have chosen this little girl, and white-clothed maiden, I have chosen you too. Grandpa, Sister Zhuer, you don't need to plead with him." At this moment, Pinger was not at all frightened. Her little hand gripping Yichen's big hand, her little face filled with anger. Pinger knew that her uncle Yichun would not let her die at the hands of the wicked Aishan ancestor. She had heard her uncle Yichun say, "He was not afraid of this man." Sigh. As countless martial artists knelt on the ground, Yichun shook his head with a smile, patted Pinger's little head, and, to the amazement of all present, stepped towards the void in the sky. As he moved, the aura around Yichun transformed. In an instant, Yichun reverted from the bearded man he had been disguised as to his original appearance. Seeing the change in Yichun and his actions, many were puzzled by his intentions. And Pinger's little mouth was agape in shock. "Uncle Yichun, he's a brother. A very handsome brother?" Bai Zhuer's beautiful face was also filled with surprise. Is this the true face of the senior who drove away the Wang family's old god king? He's so young, and it seems he's even younger than me. At this moment, an Aishan God King himself was taken aback by Yichen's actions, but when he saw Yichen's aura shift from a 1st tribulation true god to a 9th tribulation true god, although surprised, he still felt disdainful. "Who is this youth? Don't you see that this old ancestor is selecting virgin essence blood? Get down from here." An Aishan God King pointed at Yichun, intending to bring the brazen youth down from the sky. His pointing, casual as it was, still carried the power of a lower earth divine venerable. An Aishan God King had already anticipated that, in the next moment, this brash and rash youth who stood up would be obliterated. But then, something shocking happened. An Aishan God King's attack at the level of a lower earth divine venerable, aimed at Yichun, was instantly repelled by a mysterious force, counterattacking towards an Aishan God King himself. Caught off guard, and Aishan God King almost suffered a minor setback but managed to extinguish the rebounding attack with another move. At this time, the way an Aishan God King looked at Yi Chun had completely changed. He had realized that the youth before him was not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Now, Yi Chun, striding through the void, had already come directly to the high reaches of the void heaven, confronting an Aishan God King face to face. Yi Chun, looking at an Aishan God King, said calmly, "I was content to watch your shameless performance, but now, there is no need. An Aishan, do you remember an old brother of yours from the past? The Ice-Sealing God King?" Chapter 789 Your Killer Yi Chun, the successor to the Icebound Divine King. The Frozen Divine King? An Aishan God King was taken aback. However, he immediately seemed to recall something, and a cold smile crossed his face. That guy, some of my cultivation techniques were learned from him. It's a pity though, in the end I only managed to severely injure him, letting him escape. But even if he did escape, I'm afraid he surely couldn't have survived. It's just a shame about the treasures he had on him. At this point, an Aishan God King's divine eyes fixed straight on Yi Chun. "What's the matter, kid? Do you have ties to that frozen divine king? Heh. Don't think just because you could block my recent move that you're anything special. I could deal with the frozen divine king back then, and I can deal with you now." As he spoke, an Aishan God King swept his palm, and two blood puppets pressed down on the feeble Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua, while the other 6 blood puppets directly moved behind him, facing Yi Chun. Although an Aishan God King verbally dismissed Yi Chun, deep down he was still a bit apprehensive about Yi Chun, who had suddenly stood up. After all, the young man before him had already seen him injure 2 mid-tier earthly divine venerables and still dared to stand up. He surely had some kind of ace up his sleeve. An Aishan God King, a cunning person, of course, took the situation very seriously. Yi Chun, for his part, was indifferent to an Aishan God King's little maneuver. His gaze shifted toward the void space for a moment, pondering in his heart. "Frozen Divine King predecessor, I have found the culprit who harmed you. Today, I will help you take revenge." The next moment, Yi Chun's gaze fixed directly on an Aishan God King. Yi Chun didn't waste more words, and directly said to him, "An Aishan, remember, the person who will kill you today is the disciple of the frozen divine king, Yi Chun." Yi Chun revealed his true self for the very purpose of avenging the frozen divine king in the persona of his disciple. Boom! 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 Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the whole world shook. The countless martial artists below were completely taken aback. They never expected that in the aftermath of Ancestor and Aishan, revealing his true self and injuring 2 mid-tier earthly divine venerables, a young man would actually stand up, dare to confront this ancestor, and even boldly declare to execute him. In the crowd, a particular group of people were most shocked. This group was none other than those from the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Cheng, looking up at Yi Chun in the void heaven, was so scared his eyeballs nearly fell out. Yi Chun had already astounded him when he had repelled his grandfather, a lower-tier divine king at the peak of his realm. Now, Yi Chun was actually directly confronting a mid-tier earthly divine venerable. Clearly, this indicated that he had previously provoked someone who wasn't even afraid of a mid-tier earthly divine venerable. Wang Cheng's grandfather, the old divine king of the Wang family, the man in the brocade robe, was now trembling all over. My God, this predecessor is even more powerful than I imagined. Could he not only possess the strength of an upper god king, but could also execute a heavenly divine venerable? Keep in mind that those 8 great blood puppets of Ancestor and Aishan can reach the strength of a heavenly divine venerable. At this time, the little girl Pinger was clenching her tiny fists tightly with excitement. She looked at Yi Chun, her starry eyes sparkling with brilliance. Her uncle Yi Chun, no, now the dashing brother Yi Chun, was still as formidable as ever, still unstoppable. Previously, he had faced off against 8 tribulations and 9 tribulations true gods, had scared away a divine king, and now, he wasn't even afraid of the big bad ancestor. Brother Yi Chun, kill this big bad ancestor. Pinger raised her little fists and shouted towards the sky. Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua, pressed down by two of the great blood puppets, had already lost all hope. They knew they couldn't stand against the 8 great blood puppets and were certain to die at the hands of Anishan God King. Now, as Yi Chun had suddenly emerged, declaring to take revenge for someone called the Frozen Divine King, who they had never heard of, a glimmer of hope flashed within them. If Yi Chun could truly kill Anishan God King, they could indeed escape from the jaws of death at Ghost Gate. The entire world was abuzz with discussions and unrest due to Yi Chun's words. At this moment, Anishan God King had an extremely unsightly expression. Kill me? Anishan God King eyed Yi Chun. Many have wished to kill me. Let's see if you've got what it takes. Anishan God King was even more hesitant in his heart. It seemed he had heard the name Yi Chun before, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Now wasn't the time to ponder on it. While speaking with Yi Chun, Anishan God King had already secretly formed a spell with his hands. The 6 great blood puppets behind him vanished in an instant. The next moment, the 6 great blood puppets appeared behind Yi Chun, and a vast expanse of blood-colored light engulfed him completely. This Anishan God King, even with the status of a mid-tier earthly divine venerable, had actually launched a sneak attack on Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun completely submerged by the blood-colored light, the countless martial artists below yelled out in shock. Pinger, along with Bai Zhuer and others, were so anxious that they even stopped breathing for a moment. However, their anxiety was quickly relieved, because they saw that Yi Chun, just engulfed by the blood-colored light, suddenly emitted an extremely mystical starlight where he had been standing. Amidst the flickering of endless starlight, Yi Chun's figure reappeared. The blood-colored light from the 6 great blood puppets was completely repelled by the starlight surrounding Yi Chun. You would need all 8 great blood puppets to take action to perhaps prevent me from withstanding. 6 great blood puppets cannot breach the defense of my star blue divine garment. Enveloped in the glow of the stars, Yi Chun shook his head with a smile at the Nishan God King. At this moment, seeing that Yi Chun could escape his confines, the Nishan God King had a drastic change in expression. He couldn't bother to use 2 blood puppets to suppress Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua anymore. With a wave of his hand, those 2 great blood puppets flew out instantly, joining the other 6 and once again launching an assault on Yi Chun. Without the 2 great blood puppets to suppress them, Master Lianqing and Master Wanbua, now feeble though they were, hastily retreated to the distant horizon before stopping to watch the match between Yi Chun and Nishan God King. In the meantime, as Yi Chun faced the attack of the 8 great blood puppets, a cone-shaped item the size of a fist and gleaming with silver suddenly appeared in his hand. The Xian Divine Cone. This was indeed Yi Chun's formidable trump card, capable of slaying a superior heavenly divine venerable and critically wounding an immortal divine venerable. The Xian Divine Cone. Of course, Yi Chun wouldn't let Nishan God King harm him. He had long kept a Xian Divine Cone clasped in his hand. Let's end this. Yi Chun held the Xian Divine Cone, his expression neither sad nor happy. The next moment, the Xian Divine Cone in Yi Chun's hand burst forth a beam of white lightning so extraordinarily splendid. What a magnificent bolt of white lightning it was! Thousands of warriors from countless families on the ground below gaped in awe. They had never seen such an incredible white lightning before. It was as if it were a divine object from the extreme heavens, 1,000, no, 1,000,000 times more wondrous than real lightning. Then, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. The 8 great blood puppets, which even 2 mid-ranking divine venerables couldn't withstand, were, in the twinkling of this unearthly white lightning, as if slashed by numerous divine lights. Splurt! 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 They instantly exploded into pieces, turning into chunks of wood completely devoid of divine power. And that white lightning, with its inconceivable speed, shot towards the 8 blood puppets' master, the Nishan God King. Even if the Nishan God King saw something was wrong and tore open the void in a panic to escape into it, the white lightning still penetrated the void, striking within. The next moment, everyone heard an incredibly miserable scream, and they all saw the body of Nishan God King, being pierced from the void and falling from it, plummeting down. In his dying breath, the Nishan God King managed to shout out a few words. "You are that Yi Chun, the peerless genius from the Supreme Divine Institute," before he fell from the void and died. At the moment of his death, the Nishan God King finally remembered where he had heard the name Yi Chun. He had heard from some messages that had entered the Snow Lotus Mountain of Star Continent about the Supreme Divine Institute having enrolled a new peerless genius. A peerless genius who could eliminate a divine king with the strength of a divine venerable while being at the true God realm. Until his death, the Nishan God King would never expect that this peerless genius Yi Chun had any connection with the icebound God King he once plotted against. Bang! The remains of the Nishan God King eventually fell to the earth, causing it to tremble upon impact. Then, the corpse was enshrouded with flashes of lightning and electromagnetic glows, disintegrating into nothingness with the tremor. Silence. All around was utter silence. Nobody had expected that the ancestor Nishan, who had bared his fangs, would meet such an end, utterly annihilated. This young man who had stepped forward had truly killed the Nishan God King, the evil presence concealed for thousands of years. After a moment of silence, the whole land erupted in an earth-shattering cheer. Many had worried that the sinister Nishan God King would target them later on. But now, with the Nishan God King dead, they cheered without restraint. Amongst the cheers, numerous discussions also arose. That ancestor Nishan, in his last moments, said that this youth is from the Supreme Divine Institute, named Yi Chun? I think I've heard of Yi Chun from the Supreme Divine Institute. Within the crowd, Pinger felt the most incredulous. Right then, the little girl gazed at her brother Yi Chun in the void heaven, her starry eyes filled with disbelief. The little girl adored heroes. Even within Snow Lotus Mountain on Star Continent, she had heard of the legends from the Divine Kingdom, heard of the unmatched genius Yi Chun from the Supreme Divine Institute, whose fame was comparable to the Institute's foremost divine maiden, Long Li. When Pinger first heard the name Yi Chun, she could never have imagined that this Yi Chun was the same Yi Chun from the Supreme Divine Institute. After all, there were far too many who shared the same name in the world. Furthermore, Yi Chun had the appearance of a bearded burly man. When Yi Chun reverted to his original appearance, the little girl was already astounded. Now, upon hearing that her brother Yi Chun was indeed the same Yi Chun, whom she had so admired and had never met from the Supreme Divine Institute, the little girl's heart seemed ready to leap out. Brother Yi Chun! He is the Yi Chun from the Supreme Divine Institute. Chapter 790-. The Land of the Demon Tomb. Half an hour later, Yi Chun had left Divine Lotus Peak and was flying toward the teleportation divine formation of Snow Lotus Mountain on the Star Continent. Inside the ice snow jade pendant, Xiaozhou smiled and said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, little Pinger really didn't want to part with you." Hearing Xiaozhou's words, Yi Chun also smiled gently. On Divine Lotus Peak, after Yi Chun had directly used the Xian Divine Cone to slay the Shan God King, the whole world went into a frenzy. Master Lianqing and Master Wanbo were both extremely shocked and grateful toward Yi Chun. After all, Yi Chun had literally saved their lives from the hands of the Shan God King. In the end, seeing that Yi Chun had no intention of dealing with the two of them, both mid-tier Earth Divine Venerables were tearfully grateful to Yi Chun. Having taken care of Shan God King, he had avenged the senior Icebound God King and settled a score. Yi Chun's journey on the Star Continent of Snow Lotus Mountain was finally and completely over. However, Yi Chun did not leave immediately. He remembered that Xiaozhou had told him that Shan God King had dominated this region for thousands of years and certainly had accumulated many treasures. Yi Chun flew straight to the Cultivation cave dwelling of Shan God King and looted it thoroughly. Although it was a pity that the blood puppet was shattered in the great battle, the other treasures Yi Chun found were a pleasant surprise. The treasures that Yi Chun obtained from Shan God King's cave dwelling were worth as much as the fortunes of many upper-tier Earth Divine Venerables. Plus, Master Lianqing and Master Wanbo, grateful for Yi-chun saving their lives, offered him generous gifts. Now, Yi-chun had tens of billions of black divine coins on hand, not to mention other treasures that could be exchanged for black divine coins. Keep in mind that Yi-chun had previously only obtained 10 million black divine coins from the treasure trove of the Icebound God King. After spending on the teleportation divine formation and purchasing treasures, he had already used quite a bit, and Yi-chun felt his finances were becoming tight. Now, suddenly acquiring wealth comparable to that of an upper-tier Earth Divine Venerable, Yi-chun wouldn't have to worry about black divine coins for a long time. An unexpected gain. This really was an additional unexpected gain after slaying Enishan God King and avenging the Icebound God King. Having finished looting Enishan God King's treasures, Yi-chun didn't want to delay any longer on the star continent of Snow Lotus Mountain. After all, he had a very important level 5 mission to complete, obtaining the Thunder Turtle Egg from the land of demonic tombs. Before leaving, Yi-chun hadn't forgotten about little Pinger. Although his meeting with Pinger was a chance encounter, Yi-chun felt a sense of affection for the little girl who reminded him of Zhang Yao. While Yi-chun was considering what to leave Pinger, Master Lianqing, realizing the close bond between her and Yi-chun, swore in front of Yi-chun that he would take good care of Pinger and look after her family. Master Lianqing, who had once, along with Master Wanbua, saved an Aishan God King from another subordinate star continent, was indeed not of bad character. Moreover, under the awe of Yi-chun's reputation, they certainly wouldn't dare harm Pinger and would take great care to protect her. Yi-chun ultimately agreed to have Master Lianqing look after Pinger and her family. Although Pinger's family had fallen into decline, with the strongest being on the star continent, the mid-tier Earth Divine Venerable Master Lianqing, looking after them, it was clear that their resurgence was just a matter of time. Upon hearing this news, Pinger's grandfather, Ning Xian, was ecstatic beyond belief. Ning Xian could never have imagined that this very dangerous journey to the Great Treasure Conference would bring such a tremendous reward, changing the destiny of his entire family. As for the little girl Pinger, she wasn't overly thrilled that Master Lianqing had agreed to look after her. She was quite reluctant to part with Yi-chun. In the end, it was Yi-chun who encouraged her, telling her to diligently cultivate and strive to enter the Supreme Divine Institute, which allowed the little girl to break free from the sadness of separation. Brother Yi-chun, I will definitely get into the Supreme Divine Institute like you. When that time comes, I will see you again, right? Yi-chun still remembered, when he left, the expression of Pinger cheering herself on with her little fists raised. In addition to Pinger, when Yi-chun saw Bai Zhuer from the Bai family, he also explained to Master Wanbua to look after the Bai family. After all, Bai Zhuer was prepared to step in and risk her life for Pinger during a moment of crisis, which earned Yi-chun's appreciation for the girl. Thinking about how the Bai family had been humiliated by the King family in the past, Yi-chun didn't mind giving them a helping hand. With Yi-chun's instructions, Master Wanbua readily agreed. He was regretting that he hadn't spoken sooner than Master Lianqing in offering to help Yi-chun by taking care of Pinger and holding on to Yi-chun's coattails. Now, hearing Yi-chun's instructions, he was of course not the slightest bit reluctant, but rather overjoyed. After all, Yi-chun was an absolute genius with a great reputation in the Supreme Divine Institute, the top among the 9 institutes of the Divine Kingdom. He was more than willing to do anything for Yi-chun. After settling various matters related to his journey on the star continent of Snow Lotus Mountain, Yi-chun spent another half an hour. Then, amidst Pinger's reluctant gaze and Bai Zhuer's extremely grateful eyes, Yi-chun left Divine Lotus Peak, flying once more toward the teleportation divine formation on the star continent of Snow Lotus Mountain. In the sky, after reminiscing about the Divine Lotus Peak events, Yi-chun's gaze shifted toward the distance. Xiaojiu, how many more teleportations do we need to reach the location of that level 5 quest? The Demon Tombland? Yi-chun asked Xiaojiu. After calculating for a while, Xiaojiu said, Yi-chun, after about 30 more teleportations, we can reach that realm. Looking at the time, there's still enough of it. Yi-chun nodded, taking a deep breath. He had already dealt with the matter of the Ice Snow Jade Pendant from the God King predecessor. Now, it was time to resolve his own level 5 quest, and earn the merit points to exchange for the tribulation-inducing pill. Killing an Shan God King cost him another Xian Divine Cone. Yichan still had 4 Xian Divine Cones left, which were steadily decreasing in number. Yichan did not wish to delay any longer. He was impatient to break through to the God King realm and enhance his combat power and techniques further. The Demon Tomb Land. It was a very famous region in the western territory of the Divine Kingdom. This place bordered the most dangerous ancient demon abyss of the western territory, with countless majestic creatures from the ancient demon abyss buried there. Due to the numerous cadavers of ancient demonic creatures and the extremely strong Yin energy, countless wondrous divine objects had also grown from this land in abundance. The entire Demon Tomb Land had become a paradise for numerous explorers. Not only were there countless tasks from the 9 Supreme Divine Institutes related to the Demon Tomb Land, but Earth Divine Venerables, Heavenly Divine Venerables, and even the Immortal Divine Venerables from other realms of the Divine Kingdom would also often appear in this region. The core area of the Demon Tomb Land was even larger than the Snow Lotus Mountain on the Star Continent by more than 10-fold. What's distinct is that within the core region of the Demon Tomb Land, from outside to inside, one can see 9 demon tombs that are even larger than ordinary continents, each one taller than the last. These demon tombs are the truly dangerous areas of the Demon Tomb Land. Some demon tombs have a probability of only 10 to 20% of warriors falling, but for others, even a Heavenly Divine Venerable or Immortal Divine Venerable would not be able to enter without special methods. Of course, there are basically no sovereign realm powerhouses in the Demon Tomb Land. Those sovereign powerhouses would explore even deeper and more dangerous regions like the ancient Demon Abyss. And the entire Demon Tomb Land was under the joint jurisdiction of the 9 Supreme Divine Institutes and the Western Territory King Mansion. It would only open at special times each year, allowing people to enter for exploration. At other times, explorers could only stay on the subordinate star continent outside the Demon Tomb Land, waiting for the opening time to arrive. When Yichun arrived on the subordinate star continent outside the Demon Tomb Land, there was still more than a month before it would open. Even with over a month remaining, the warriors gathered on this subordinate star continent, as roughly estimated by Yichun, probably numbered in the tens of millions. Not to mention the many who were hidden away in certain caves on this subordinate star continent for cultivation and were not showing themselves outside. Possibly, the true number of warriors gathered on this subordinate star continent could exceed 100 million. These warriors gathered outside the Demon Tomb Land on the subordinate star continent were at least of the true God realm, not to mention the God King realm warriors who were the most numerous on the continent. High-ranking Earth Divine Venerables and Heavenly Divine Venerables were also plentiful, and Yichun even noticed several Immortal Divine Venerables. With so many warriors, the entire subordinate star continent was bustling. There were trading fairs everywhere, and countless people were preparing for their entry into the Demon Tomb Land. Similarly, brawls and disputes were endless. Yichun, however, did not join the hustle and bustle. Although he was extremely strong, he was not enough in front of many Heavenly Divine Venerables and Immortal Divine Venerables. Moreover, he only had 4 Xian Divine Cones remaining. Yichun did not want to get entangled and waste 1 or 2 of them. He came to the Demon Tomb Land for the Thunder Turtle Egg. Getting the Thunder Turtle Egg was Yi Chen's main mission. First, find a place to stay, cultivate quietly, and wait for the Demon Tomb Land to open. I heard that this subordinate star continent is specifically managed by the Western Territory King Mansion, and to find a quiet place to cultivate, one needs to spend black divine coins to rent a realm at the management center. Yichun directly went to a management center run by an Immortal Divine Venerable from the Western Territory King Mansion and spent 1,000,000 black divine coins to rent a desolate mountain range, preparing to cultivate quietly. This desolate mountain range was located in the northwest of the subordinate star continent, where the divine energy was the weakest on the continent, utterly deserted. Yichun chose this realm just for the sake of peace and quiet. Chapter 791, Assassination and Yin Spirit Ganoderma. The entire barren mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Upon arriving at this territory, Yi-chun laid out the occupation array provided by the immortal divine venerable of the Western Territory King Mansion across the entire mountain range. This type of occupation array was something that every warrior who rented a living space in the territory would receive. Its purpose was to show that this territory had already been leased to someone, cautioning others not to enter carelessly and disturb the lessee. Even if someone did enter this territory, the lessee could sense it directly. This barren mountain range, with the weakest divine power atmosphere in the entire subordinate star continent, was undisturbed, evident from its vacancy. Clearly, ordinary people would not casually venture here. However, for the sake of safety, Yi-chun not only deployed the occupation array from the Western Territory King Mansion's immortal divine venerable, but also personally set up some defensive formations. Having cultivated the 9 volumes of formation array, up to the 5th volume, Yi-chun could not yet lay out continent-spanning transmission divine arrays, but setting up several defensive formations to protect himself was a breeze. After the arrays were set, Yi-chun surveyed the mountain range. He saw that the entire mountain was desolate, inhabited only by ordinary demons of the rotating Pill Realm and Heavenly Saint Realm. Such low-level demons, of course, no longer caught Yi-chun's attention. Yi-chun did not disturb these little demons, and instead, he chose a secluded area to establish his cave dwelling, where he began to meditate and rest, waiting for the day the demon grave would open. The days passed by one after another. When Yi-chun had been quietly cultivating in his cave dwelling for more than 20 days, he was unaware that in another cave dwelling on this subsidiary continent, rich in divine power atmosphere, a group of people was looking in the direction of his dwelling. The strength of this group was astonishing. There were a total of 8 people, 7 of whom were actually of the superior heavenly divine venerable realm, and 1 was even of the lower immortal divine venerable realm. At that moment, the immortal divine venerable frowned. "You've investigated, and that spiritual object is really within those barren mountains? Logically, such a high-level spiritual object should only appear in a territory with an abundant chi atmosphere like the one we have leased. That's precisely why our Blood Sword sect spent a fortune to lease this territory. The rent for that barren range would be at most 1 million or so black divine coins, but here it costs 100 million black divine coins for a lease. That's expensive because of that spiritual object. And 100 million black divine coins can only lease one out of the 4 spots with the richest chi atmosphere. The other 3 have all been leased by other forces. Now, we haven't discovered that spiritual object in our territory, yet that barren mountain range has managed to attract it." Upon hearing the words of the immortal divine venerable, the faces of the other 7 heavenly divine venerables also showed surprise. One of them said, "Master, we also didn't expect that the spiritual object would run off there. If we had known earlier, we would have chosen that place. Today, as soon as I could trace the spiritual object, I took out the blazing sun spirit plate to search for it. To my surprise, it directly showed the trail leading to the most remote of the barren mountain ranges. Master, look!" As he spoke, this heavenly divine venerable flipped his palm, and a palm-sized disc appeared in his hand. Then he took out a pitch-black spiritual pearl and gently placed it on the disc. Next, a strange thing happened. The palm-sized disc emitted a burst of light as bright as the blazing sun, and a depiction of the barren mountain range territory appeared within the disc. Looking closely at this portrayal of the barren mountain range, one could clearly see that it was the same range that Yi-chun had rented. It really is in that barren mountain range. Seeing this, the immortal divine venerable's eyebrows twitched. Then, he directly turned to the 7 heavenly divine venerables. "Did you say that mountain range has already been leased by someone?" "Master, yes, the mountain range has been rented by a true god." One of the heavenly divine venerables answered. The immortal divine venerable nodded. "It doesn't matter if it's a true god. Even if another immortal divine venerable had rented it, for the sake of that spiritual object, we must fight for it. The Western Territory King Mansion may officially forbid interference with someone else's leased cave dwelling, but that policy is non-binding for our Blood Sword sect. The Western Territory King Mansion wouldn't trouble our Blood Sword sect over a mere true god." With that, The immortal divine venerable turned to the youngest of the 7 heavenly divine venerables and commanded, Zhao Huan, go and fetch that spiritual object. As for the true God, if he discovers anything, just kill him on the spot. This youngest heavenly divine venerable, Zhao Huan, was a youth in purple attire. Hearing the words of the immortal divine venerable, he responded straightforwardly, Understood, Master. He's only a true God. He probably doesn't even know the name of that spiritual object. I'll handle him with ease. As his voice fell, the heavenly divine venerable Zhao Huan vanished. Seeing Zhao Huan disappear, the immortal divine venerable turned his gaze to the others. With Zhao Huan heading out, acquiring that spiritual object will indeed be as easy as turning one's hand. Coupled with the other 2 spiritual objects we've found over the years, having 3 in total would allow us to transport 3 heavenly divine venerables and 30 earth divine venerables into that first demon tomb. As for the first demon tomb, immortal divine venerables are not permitted to enter. Only those at or below the immortal divine venerable level can. As for who among you will enter, it truly puts your teacher in a difficult position. Upon hearing the words of the immortal divine venerable, the other heavenly divine venerables' expressions changed immediately, and they said to the immortal divine venerable, Master, send me in. I will surely obtain the divine milk within the first demon tomb for Master, and not fail your expectations. When the words divine milk were spoken, the voices of these heavenly divine venerables trembled slightly. Seeing the expressions of his disciples, the immortal divine venerable smiled lightly. I will decide on the candidate once we officially enter the demon tombland. However, no matter who among you enters, rest assured, I will share 30% of the obtained divine milk with you. Even if it's just 30%, even just 3 drops, that will be more than enough for your use. Hearing the words of the immortal divine venerable, the heavenly divine venerables exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with an intense fervor. Meanwhile, in another cave dwelling of the same level which was also filled with a dense divine aura, there was a group of people. At the top seat among this group sat a superior heavenly divine venerable woman. This woman was adorned in a blue robe, with her long hair cascading down to her waist, her face bewitchingly enchanting. Beneath her sat 5 other women, all of whom were also at the level of superior heavenly divine venerable. As Zhao Huan from the Blood Sword sect flew towards the barren mountain range where Yichan was, this bewitching woman in blue seemed to sense Zhao Huan's movements. She smiled faintly and said, That Blood Sword sect, being one of the 4 major sects in the Western Territory, conducts itself so despicably. They didn't find the Een Spirit Ganoderma within their chosen leased territory, yet they have the audacity to rob others of their territory's treasures. They say our Sky Fox sect belongs to the demon sects, but I think they from the Blood Sword sect are the true demon sects. Yes, senior sister, we would never snatch others' treasures. The women below responded with light laughter upon hearing the blue-robed woman's words. It's just a pity for that little true god. He probably doesn't even know what the Een Spirit Ganoderma is, and is about to lose his life to Zhao Huan from the Blood Sword sect. Senior sister, should we rescue that little true god? Little true god? Rescue him. On hearing the words of the younger women, the woman in the blue robe's divine eyes flickered, and she shook her head. This person is not as simple as an ordinary true god. Do you know about a genius true god named Yi Chen, who recently joined the Supreme Divine Institute? Yi Chen. The women all shook their heads. Senior sister, we have been focusing on entering the netherworld land to search for the Een Spirit Ganoderma lately, so we truly haven't had the time to keep abreast of external news. Who is this Yi Chen? Senior sister has heard of him. Could he be comparable to the legendary goddess Long Li of the Supreme Divine Institute? Hearing the inquiries from the women, the woman in the blue robe's eyes flickered, and she spoke slowly. This Yi Chen is far from simple. Not only is he closely related to that goddess Long Li, even Lord Sovereign Xuechen and the Northern Territory King have considerable connections with him. Although I am not sure why he came to the Demon Tombland, Since he dared to come out alone, it's improbable that he lacks protective means. Zhao Huan's attempt to kill him might not be as simple as it seems. He's just a true god. How could he have the means to withstand a heavenly divine venerable? Zhao Huan is a superior heavenly divine venerable. The women sitting below said in disbelief, upon hearing the blue-robed woman's words. The woman in blue smiled faintly, her gaze drifting towards the direction of the barren mountain range where Yi Chun was. And she said no more, her eyes shining with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. In the barren mountain range, Yi Chun, who was quietly cultivating in the cave dwelling he had been working on, suddenly opened his eyes the next moment. Has someone entered this region? And a heavenly divine venerable? Inside the ice snow jade pendant, Xiaojio's expression changed, and he spoke to Yi Chun. This person seems to have come to this area specifically. Yi Chun, I fear the visitor has ill intentions. Let's go out and see. Yi Chun's expression darkened. The next moment, Yi Chun disappeared from the cave dwelling. Boom! As soon as heavenly divine venerable Zhao Huan stepped into the barren mountain range, he noticed that a blinding light burst forth throughout the mountain range. Within this dazzling light, besides the grayish glow signifying the region's occupation array, there was also an additional silver-white glow. Upon seeing the silver-white glow, Zhao Huan's eyes flashed. A mere true god has even managed to lay down such a defense? I intended to capture the spiritual object that ran into this area first before taking this true god's life. It seems I must eliminate this troublesome true god first. With a ruthless look in his eyes, Zhao Huan pressed his hand through the void toward the earth. Thump! The expansive defensive formation which stretched tens of thousands of miles instantly shattered into ash. Chapter 792. Capturing the Een Spirit Ganoderma. Seeing the entire mountain's defense array destroyed in an instant, Zhao Huan let out a cold laugh. Just as he was about to burst into the mountain range to search for the owner of these mountains, that minor true god, the next moment, his figure suddenly came to a stop in midair, because he discovered that just as he broke the defense array, a young figure had already appeared within the void inside the mountain range. Who do you think you are, breaking into my rented territory and destroying my defense array? What are you trying to achieve? The young man who appeared in the void within the mountain range was, of course, Yi Chun. As soon as he appeared, he immediately rebuked Zhao Huan out loud. Zhao Huan also hadn't expected that the minor true god who rented this mountain range would appear so quickly. Though surprised, Zhao Huan merely sneered at Yi Chun with disdain. After all, he was a senior heavenly divine venerable, and he did not care at all about a minor true god. Zhao Huan sneered at Yi Chun. Little true god, if there's anyone to blame it on the spiritual objects that entered your territory, bringing upon you this great disaster. Originally, I planned to capture those spiritual objects before considering how to deal with you. However, now that you've spotted me, I'll just have to erase you first. Boom! 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 As he spoke, Zhao Huan pinched a hand gesture, and a terrifyingly powerful black divine light burst out from his body, bombarding towards Yi Chun. Zhao Huan, with just a word, directly sought Yi Chun's life. Yi Chun's heart was instantly filled with rage. This heavenly divine venerable not only broke into his territory without permission but was also intent on taking his life casually. He clearly didn't give a damn about Yi Chun's life or death. It was obvious that this wasn't the first or second time the heavenly divine venerable had killed so heedlessly. Yi Chun was certainly not going to let this heavenly divine venerable kill him just like that. Seeing the black divine light unleashed by Zhao Huan already bombarding towards him, Yi Chun instantly activated the Xian divine cone he had been holding in his hand. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yi Chun's Xian divine cone shot out a bolt of white lightning, even more terrifying than the black divine light. Xian divine cone, a divine weapon capable of slaying a heavenly divine venerable, gravely injuring an immortal divine venerable. Unleashed directly by Yi Chun. In the blink of an eye, the white lightning from the Xian divine cone completely annihilated Zhao Huan's black divine light. And amidst Zhao Huan's shocked expression, It shot towards him in an instant. Zhao Huan didn't even have time to react before he was completely eradicated on the spot. Senior Heavenly Divine Venerable Zhao Huan, who had completely disregarded Yi Chen and had hardly thought twice about claiming Yi Chen's life, died just like that. Not even ashes remained. Peace returned to the world, leaving only the ruined defense array and Yi Chen in the void with an extremely ugly expression on his face. The Xian Divine Cone's ability to slay a Heavenly Divine Venerable and its powerful killing power shook Yi Chen to the core. However, Yi Chen was also extremely frustrated. He had chosen this desolate mountain range to cultivate and quietly wait for the Tomb of Demons to open, wishing to avoid further trouble and spare the Xian Divine Cone. Yet, even so, he had still managed to attract a Heavenly Divine Venerable and a senseless threat to his life. Had he not possessed the Xian Divine Cone, he might have been doomed this time. As for killing this Heavenly Divine Venerable, Yi Chen felt not the slightest bit of regret. This person sought his life, so naturally he would fight back. What Yi Chen regretted was the wastage of another Xian Divine Cone. Of the 6 Xian Divine Cones he had obtained from the cave of Sovereign Lei Fa, now only 3 remained. Who did I even provoke? After shaking his head, Yi Chen took a deep breath before casting aside his frustrations. The Xian Divine Cone has already been wasted, and the Heavenly Divine Venerable has also been killed. What is left most important is to consider why this Heavenly Divine Venerable suddenly found his way here, Yi Chen said. Xiaojiu, when that person made his move earlier, he mentioned that some spiritual objects had run into my territory, which brought this huge disaster upon me. What did he say about the spiritual objects? When I settled in this mountain range, I already searched through it thoroughly and there was nothing special. Yi Chen turned to Xiaojiu and asked. Xiaojiu had also been extremely puzzled. However, as she pondered the words, spiritual objects, and thought of some rumors about the land of the demon tombs, Xiaojiu's expression suddenly changed. Yi Chen, could it be that the spiritual object he mentioned is one of the several related to the land of the demon tombs? The ones related to the land of the demon tombs? Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. Seeing the confused look on Yi Chen's face, Xiaojiu spoke. Let's hurry and search the mountain range again. After we finish searching, I will tell you about the rumors concerning these spiritual objects and the land of the demon tombs. Whoosh! Xiaojiu flew out from the ice-snow jade pendant, her immense divine soul-scanning ability swiftly sweeping across the entire mountain range. Yi Chen followed Xiaojiu, exploring the mountain in various directions. This desolate mountain range, only tens of thousands of miles wide, was exceedingly easy to thoroughly search with the scanning abilities of Yi Chen and Xiaojiu. In just a few moments, Xiaojiu revealed an expression full of surprise. Yi Chen, there really are spiritual objects in this area, and it's the most precious in spirit Ganoderma. And there are even 3 of them. What's going on? How did In's spirit Ganoderma appear in such a desolate mountain range? Xiaojiu directly transmitted the scene she had scanned with her divine soul into Yi Chen's divine sense. Yi Chen saw, in a secluded spot within the desolate mountain range, not far from the terrain where he had established his cave dwelling, were 3 snow-white rabbits, fast asleep at a corner of a hillside. If he had seen these 3 little rabbits directly, Yi Chen might not have paid too much attention to them. However, since Xiaojiu had already identified them as a kind of spiritual object called something like In's spirit Ganoderma, Yi Chen immediately realized, chances were they weren't simply real rabbits. It was very possible that this was some kind of deception. Yi Chen looked closely at the 3 snow-white little rabbits, and upon this examination, he too immediately noticed something was amiss. On the surface, these 3 snow-white little rabbits seemed to be perfectly normal Heavenly Saint Realm little demons, but upon closer inspection, it became apparent, deep within their bodies, they were harboring an inexplicable divine power, and it was an extremely dense black divine power. Let's go, Yi Chen. Let's secure these 3 Yin spirit Ganoderma first, and then I will explain to you what's so special about this spiritual object, Xiaojiu suggested. Xiaojiu, who had originally taken the form of a palm-sized little spirit sparrow, suddenly swelled back to her original form. She transformed back into her true form as the nine-spirit sparrow emperor. Together, Xiaojiu and Yi Chen flew towards the location of the three-yin spirit Ganoderma. The next moment, Xiaojiu and Yi Chen arrived above the heads of the three soundly sleeping, snow-white little rabbits. At this time, these three snow-white little rabbits also sensed someone's arrival, and they instantly flipped over, transforming into three streaks of light, attempting to flee. You three spiritual objects have brought such trouble to Yi Chen, and you still want to run? Xiaojiu smiled lightly. Her body shimmered with light, and with one grasp of her hand, she fiercely reached for the three streaks of light. Yi Chen watched as Xiaojiu captured the three-yin spirit Ganoderma. What also astonished Yi Chen was that these three-yin spirit Ganoderma, which had transformed into snow-white little rabbits and tried to escape as streaks of light, couldn't evade Xiaojiu's pursuit and suddenly vanished into thin air. However, when Xiaojiu grabbed three ordinary-looking weeds from the ground that looked exactly like any other grass and sealed them in her hand, transforming them directly into three spiritual objects shaped like Ganoderma, Yi Chen understood. The yin spirit Ganoderma had tried transforming again to escape, turning into weeds to blur the lines of sight. Luckily, Xiaojiu was able to see through the yin spirit Ganoderma's transformations, or else Yi Chen would have been deceived by these three spiritual objects. It seems that these three yin spirit Ganoderma are truly not simple, Xiaojiu remarked. Even with my current divine soul abilities, although not comparable to the real earth divine venerable but surpassing countless divine kings quite easily, I was still deceived by them. All for the sake of these small three items. Did that heavenly divine venerable come looking specifically for us? Yi Chen took the three-yin spirit Ganoderma, passed to him by Xiaojiu, and began to examine them closely. Chapter 793- Rumors, Demon Tomb, Divine Liquid. These three-yin spirit Ganoderma were each only the size of a palm. At first glance, they seemed no different from ordinary Lingji, but upon closer inspection, one could see that every vein on them flickered with specks of divine light. What shocked Yi Chen the most was the intense, pitch-black divine power hidden deep within their bodies that Yi Chen had previously observed. Even though Yi Chen's combat power was now enormously strong, he felt that he couldn't eradicate this mysterious black divine power. The fact that such small yin spirit Ganoderma contained such strange black divine power naturally caused Yi Chen immense shock. Xiaojiu, what exactly is this yin spirit Ganoderma? You mentioned earlier that this object is related to the legend of the demon tomb. What is the legend? After examining the yin spirit Ganoderma in his hand, Yi Chen asked Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu, at this moment, looked at the three yin spirit Ganoderma in Yi Chen's hands with eyes full of immense surprise. Yi Chen, this yin spirit Ganoderma is extraordinary. To speak of it, although it was a waste to use a Xian divine cone to execute that heavenly divine venerable, obtaining the news of the yin spirit Ganoderma from him and successfully capturing these three yin spirit Ganoderma was definitely a huge profit. Oh! Hearing Xiaojiu speak like this, Yi Chen became even more curious about the legend of the yin spirit Ganoderma. Xiaojiu continued, to discuss this yin spirit Ganoderma, we must first talk about the demon tomb. Yi Chen, you should have inquired about the demon tomb, containing a total of 9 demon graves, right?
Yi Chen nodded.
Xiaojiu said, these 9 demon graves, from the outside to the inside, are ranked from the 9th demon grave, the 8th, the 7th, all the way to the 1st demon grave. These 9 demon graves each contain different ranks of ancient demonic creatures. The further inside the graves are, the more precious they become, with more treasures of heaven and earth being born within them. Of the 9 demon graves, the most precious is the 1st demon grave. However, this 1st demon grave, along with the 2nd and 5th demon graves, later underwent strange changes and became places one cannot enter at will. To enter them, one must possess special spiritual objects, using the unique divine power of these objects to gain access to the corresponding demon grave. And this Een spirit Ganoderma is the exclusive spiritual object required to enter the first demon grave. It can be said that without the Een spirit Ganoderma, even the outstanding figures among the heavenly divine venerables wouldn't be able to step into the first demon grave. The first demon grave is the most precious of the 9 great demon graves. It also has a strange energy that prevents anyone at the level of immortal divine venerable or higher from entering, allowing only those below the immortal divine venerable level to go inside. Such a precious grave naturally causes countless heavenly divine venerables to desperately want to gain entry, and the Een spirit Ganoderma is the exclusive key to entering the first demon grave. Yichen, do you not find this object precious? Even if this item were to be traded to one of the prominent heavenly divine venerables for some incredibly precious items, I am afraid those divine venerables would be more than willing. Hearing Xiaozhou's words, Yichen was immensely moved. These 3 little Een spirit Ganoderma were actually so precious. Xiaozhou, isn't it said that the demon graves are incredibly dangerous? Since the first demon grave is the most precious, I fear the danger there must be the greatest. What exactly is inside that makes the divine venerables risk everything for a chance to enter? Yichen asked Xiaozhou. At this moment, Xiaozhou's voice also trembled. Yichen, inside the first demon grave, there is something that gives the heavenly divine venerables a great chance to break through their bottlenecks, and even helps superior heavenly divine venerables increase their chances of successfully advancing to immortal divine venerable. Keep in mind, there are countless heavenly divine venerables who ultimately remain stuck in the realm of divine venerable their whole lives, never able to step into the immortal divine venerable realm. This kind of thing that can help break through realms, of course, will provoke numerous scrambles. Not only do the divine venerables desire this object, but even immortal divine venerables are incredibly eager to get it. It is said that this object is of great use even for immortal divine venerables trying to break through bottlenecks. If not for the restriction that prevents immortal divine venerables from entering the first demon grave, probably countless immortal divine venerables would wish to enter it. It is of great use for the immortal divine venerables to break through bottlenecks? Yichen hurriedly asked, Xiaozhou, what exactly is this marvelous object? Xiaozhou replied, this object is called divine milk. It is said that the divine milk was born in the heart of the first demon grave, and only by traversing numerous dangers can one arrive at the land of the divine milk. Moreover, even if one reaches the land of divine milk, each person can only obtain a maximum of 10 drops of divine milk, and not a single drop more can be brought out. However, even just 10 drops of divine milk are enough for many heavenly divine venerables and immortal divine venerables to break through their bottlenecks. At this, Xiaozhou looked directly at Yichen, his voice filled with excitement. Yichen, if you were to obtain 10 drops of divine milk, just 1 drop would definitely allow you to break through from the 9 tribulation true God to the God King realm. Furthermore, the remaining divine milk could help you break through the earth divine venerable and heavenly divine venerable realms when you encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation later on. Boom! Xiaozhou's words set off an explosion in Yichen's mind. Yichen had always wanted to break through to the God King realm. This time he came to the Demon Tombland, specifically to complete a level 5 mission, to obtain the Thunder Turtle Egg in exchange for the tribulation-inducing pill, to help himself overcome the divine tribulation and break into the God King realm. Now, hearing that there was something like divine milk within the Demon Tombland, that was not only greatly beneficial for breaking through to the God King realm, but also incredibly helpful for future breakthroughs at the Earth Divine Venerable, Heavenly Divine Venerable, and even the Immortal Divine Venerable bottlenecks. How could this not shake Yichen to the core? Yichen finally understood why the Heavenly Divine Venerable had charged directly into these mountains to slay him. It was probably because the Heavenly Divine Venerable did not want the news of the Een Spirit Ganoderma to get out and sought to silence him. Yichen, I had originally not even considered the matters of the first demon tomb and the divine milk. After all, the Een Spirit Ganoderma is too hard to find. Rumors have it that there are only two ways to obtain the Een Spirit Ganoderma. One is to enter the Netherworld land, not far from the Demon Tomb land, to seek it out. However, the danger level of the Netherworld land is not one bit less than the Demon Tomb, and the chances of finding a Een Spirit Ganoderma are very slim. Another method to get the Een Spirit Ganoderma is when the Demon Tomb land is about to open, and it descends onto this subordinate continent, providing an opportunity to obtain it. However, in the past, the Een Spirit Ganoderma have always appeared in those regions of the subordinate continent where the aura of divine power is extremely rich, and only one Een Spirit Ganoderma would appear per region. And such regions are often occupied by major forces. Not even other heavenly divine venerables would have the chance to claim them. This time, it's extremely strange that the Een Spirit Ganoderma appeared in these desolate and remote mountains, and suddenly, 3 of them appeared, which is truly incredible. Could it be that there's something different about this first demon tomb that has caused the Een Spirit Ganoderma to appear in a different region? By the end, Xiaojiu herself was feeling incredibly puzzled. Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Yi Chen's mind stirred. Let's not worry about why the Een Spirit Ganoderma appeared here for now. Xiaojiu, what I'm curious about is, what's the difference between having 1 Een Spirit Ganoderma or 3? After all, you only need 1 to enter the first demon tomb. Seeing Yi Chen's confusion, Xiaojiu chuckled. Of course there's a huge difference between having 1 and 3. Yi Chen, it is said that each Een Spirit Ganoderma can allow 1 heavenly divine venerable, 10 earth divine venerables, and 100 below the earth divine venerable realm to enter the first demon tomb. The first demon tomb is incredibly dangerous, and obtaining the wondrous divine milk inside is even more tremendously challenging. Under such circumstances, of course, everyone hopes to have as many of their people enter the first demon tomb as possible. After all, the more people there are, the greater the chance of overcoming the dangers together and obtaining the divine milk. It's a pity that it's said that only at most 100 Een Spirit Ganoderma are ever transmitted outside, and the number discovered each time is only in the tens or even fewer. Moreover, each time the Een Spirit Ganoderma are spread outside, if not used during the opening of the Demon Tomb land, they will directly vanish afterwards. This indicates that the number of Een Spirit Ganoderma that can be used each time is even fewer. Under these circumstances, each Een Spirit Ganoderma is of course incredibly precious. Moreover, the Een Spirit Ganoderma have another special efficacy. That is the ability to help fend off some of the perils within the first demon tomb. Naturally, once the Een Spirit Ganoderma are used as a means of transport to send someone into the first demon tomb, their ability to fend off danger also disappears. Generally, large forces are reluctant to use it to fend off danger and prefer to use it to transport more people inside. But for individual persons, of course, the more Een Spirit Ganoderma they can get, the better. Not only can it ensure one smooth entry into the first demon tomb, but it also means having extra Een Spirit Ganoderma to help fend off the dangers within, which greatly increases the safety. Yi Chen, don't you see how precious it is to suddenly obtain 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma? I'm afraid many large forces cannot get so many Een Spirit Ganoderma all at once. Xiaojiu's words genuinely stirred something deep within Yi Chen. This Een Spirit Ganoderma, it could actually help fend off dangers in the first demon tomb? When Yi Chen heard that the first demon tomb contained divine milk, he too became interested in entering the first demon tomb. However, he knew without a doubt that the first demon tomb would be fraught with extreme dangers. Even if characters at the Immortal Divine Venerable and Venerable Master levels could not enter, the place was probably filled with other formidable heavenly divine venerables. Not to mention the various intrinsic dangers of the first demon tomb itself. Even with the Xian divine cone in his possession, entering it posed a huge risk for Yi Chen. However, if the Een Spirit Ganoderma could indeed help counteract the dangers inside, then Yi Chen became somewhat inclined to check out the first demon tomb. After all, He wanted the divine milk, which could help with breaking through realms, just as badly. And if the Een Spirit Ganoderma were not used, they would vanish by the next time. Yichun couldn't possibly save them for later use when his own strength had increased. Whether he could get more Een Spirit Ganoderma in the future was a complete unknown. Naturally, Yichun had to consider cherishing this opportunity to obtain the Een Spirit Ganoderma. Chapter 794 Intercept and Kill. Seeing Yichun's intrigued expression, Xiaojiu said, Yichun, you can consider venturing into the first demon tomb with these 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma. You have 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma, just use one to enter, and the other 2 can be used for self-defense. Moreover, a single Een Spirit Ganoderma can bring 1 Heavenly Divine Venerable, 10 Earth Divine Venerables, and 100 other individuals below the realm of Earth Divine Venerables into the tomb. You might even be able to trade this entry spot for many valuable things. Of course, if you consider the dangers inside the first demon tomb and don't want to go in, simply trading these 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma will definitely fetch you lots of benefits. Xiaojiu offered Yichun 2 suggestions. Yichun nodded, a glint in his eyes. Whether to go to the first demon tomb or not can be decided later. These Een Spirit Ganoderma are so precious that I must store them away safely, especially since I got 3 of them at once. I must not reveal this carelessly. Since the Heavenly Divine Venerable has come knocking, it is likely that others can sense that I have the Een Spirit Ganoderma. For now, putting these 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma away is the priority. Xiaojiu, do you have a way to keep others from discovering that I'm concealing 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma? Xiaojiu thought for a moment, then said, Yichun, you just need to store these 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma inside the Ice Snow Jade Pendant. I will then use a spell to mask their aura, and no one will be able to detect them. Yichun nodded and flicked his finger slightly. The 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma disappeared from his palm in an instant. The next moment, the 3 Een Spirit Ganoderma appeared directly inside the Ice Snow Jade Pendant. Xiaojiu also moved, returning into the Ice Snow Jade Pendant. I just killed that Heavenly Divine Venerable. I don't know if that Heavenly Divine Venerable had companions. I'm afraid I can no longer linger in this realm carelessly. Yichun looked beyond the barren mountain range. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. And in just a few breaths of time, Yichun returned to the cave dwelling he had created in the barren mountain range. After gathering his possessions, he left the mountain range and headed toward other realms of the adjacent star continent. From the time Yichun executed Heavenly Divine Venerable Zhao Huan, discovered the Een Spirit Ganoderma, to the moment he left the barren mountain range, it was all but a few dozen breaths of time. Not long after Yichun left the barren mountain range, in the divine power-filled cave dwelling belonging to the leftover 6 Heavenly Divine Venerables and the immortal Divine Venerable of the Blood Sword sect, these individuals began to sense that something was amiss. What's going on? Why hasn't Zhao Huan returned after such a long time? With Zhao Huan's status as a senior Heavenly Divine Venerable, locating that spiritual item and capturing it should have been incredibly easy. Even if he encountered the renter of that part of the barren mountain range, that true god, eliminating him should have been effortless. Why is it taking so long? The several Heavenly Divine Venerables whispered among themselves. Hearing the words of those Heavenly Divine Venerables, the immortal Divine Venerable sitting at the head frowned. He closed his eyes instantaneously and pinched a spell, as if sensing something. A few breaths later, the immortal Divine Venerable suddenly turned pale with disbelief and exclaimed, Zhao Huan, he has fallen. What? Upon hearing the words of the immortal Divine Venerable, the 6 remaining Heavenly Divine Venerables of the Blood Sword sect were all shocked and leapt up. Although Zhao Huan was the youngest among them, he was also a senior Heavenly Divine Venerable who had cultivated for countless years. Could something have gone wrong while he was just trying to capture the Een Spirit Ganoderma from a true god's territory? It seemed impossible, but towards their masters, the immortal Divine Venerable's words, they dared not doubt in the slightest. Who killed Zhao Huan? Could it be that other forces discovered the Yin spirit Ganoderma, too, and killed Zhao Huan in the struggle for it? Master, we must go check it out. That immortal divine venerable's eyes were twitching at this moment. After nodding, he disappeared from his spot instantaneously. The remaining 6 heavenly divine venerables also looked at each other, and then tore through the void, hurrying toward the barren mountain range where Zhao Huan had fallen. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the immortal divine venerable and the 6 heavenly divine venerables arrived at the place where Zhao Huan had perished. Zhao Huan died here. He left behind only some traces of his presence, but not even a corpse remains. After sensing for a while, the immortal divine venerable from the blood sword sect grew even more grim. In an instant, he closed his eyes and a vast sensing power of the immortal divine venerable spread to cover the entire mountain range. After sensing for a few breaths, the immortal divine venerable suddenly changed expression. The renter of this barren mountain range, that true God, has just left, and the feeling of the Yin spirit Ganoderma has completely vanished. There's no trace of anyone else here. Could it be that the true God killed Zhao Huan? Did that true God kill Zhao Huan and take the Yin spirit Ganoderma? A true God killing a senior heavenly divine venerable? The rest of the heavenly divine venerables couldn't believe it. If he really had that power, then why did he flee? Master, we must chase after this person immediately and avenge Zhao Huan. And we have to retrieve the Yin spirit Ganoderma. Hearing the words of the disciples of the heavenly divine venerables, the immortal divine venerable of the blood sword sect also had a solemn expression as he sensed the direction of Yi Chen's escape. His killing intent also began to completely permeate the atmosphere. What he thought would be an effortless capture of the Yin spirit Ganoderma had flown away, and a disciple of the heavenly divine venerable had died. How could this immortal divine venerable not be extremely annoyed? After sensing for a few moments, the immortal divine venerable immediately focused on a direction. He fled that way? Let's go, we'll catch up and kill him. As the immortal divine venerable spoke, he touched something in his chest. I want to see how this person managed to slaughter my disciple. You think you can escape? Before me, I'd like to see where you can escape to. Boom! The immortal divine venerable couldn't even wait for the shuttle speed of the remaining heavenly divine venerables behind him. With a great sweep of his hand, he grabbed the other 6 upper heavenly divine venerables and instantly took off with them at an inconceivable speed, chasing after Yi Chen. While the blood sword sect members were making their large movements, in another cave dwelling filled with a rich presence of divine power, the blue-robed woman of the Sky Fox sect, an upper heavenly divine venerable who had previously investigated the barren mountain range where Yi Chen was, seemed to sense something as well. Her beautiful eyes flashed with divine light. Zhao Huan has not returned for a while now, and those fellows from the blood sword sect are all hurrying to that barren mountain range? It looks like something unexpected has indeed happened. Yi Chen, truly worthy of the youth that caught the attention of Sovereign Xuechen and Lord Bei Junwang. I said it, he wouldn't die so easily. With this in mind, I have even more reason to meet Yi Chen. Amidst her contemplation, the blue-robed woman stood up from the highest seat in an instant. Sister, what's wrong? The several women under her care were taken aback by her actions. The blue-robed woman smiled. Dear sisters, let's go. There will likely be an exciting scene soon, and we should go have a look. An exciting scene? While the women were still puzzled, they felt their sister release a wave of blue aura, wrapping them all up. Then, the group of women also vanished from within the cave dwelling. If anyone paid attention to the divine power shuttle speed of the Sky Fox sect group compared to that of the Blood Sword sect group, they would undoubtedly be extremely shocked, because the shuttle speed of this upper heavenly divine venerable in blue robes leading her sisters was even faster than that of the Blood Sword sect's immortal divine venerable leading his disciples. After flying away from the barren mountain range, Yi Chen headed towards other territories of the star continent attached to this demon tombland. In flight, Yichun didn't know if the heavenly divine venerable Zhao Huan he killed had companions, or whether they would pursue him. But after flying for about 10 breaths, Yichun heard Xiaojiu's voice. Yichun, this is bad. 7 people are chasing after you. And among these 7 individuals, 6 are upper heavenly divine venerables, and 1 is a lower immortal divine venerable. Boom! Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Yi Chen's expression changed. With his current strength, he could handle an earth divine venerable, but he was absolutely no match for a heavenly divine venerable or an immortal divine venerable. What he could rely on was only the mystical object, the Xian divine cone. But now he had only 3 Xian divine cones left in his hand, and those pursuing him were, according to Xiaojiu, 6 upper heavenly divine venerables and an immortal divine venerable. If these 7 people decided to besiege him, even the 3 Xian divine cones, it wouldn't be enough. It seemed he could only depend on the supreme artifact he couldn't yet control, the blue extreme ice flame. However, firstly, Yichun was unable to control the blue extreme ice flame, and secondly, even using the blue extreme ice flame might not be enough to deal with the entire group, especially since he couldn't truly harness the killing power of the blue extreme ice flame. Crisis. This was a genuine crisis. Yichun had not expected that killing Zhao Huan would stir so many people into action. Boom! Yichun couldn't afford to think any further, as he immediately stimulated his divine power to its peak, increasing his escape speed by several times. But even with his speed greatly increased, how could he, a mere 9 tribulations true god, outrun the escape velocity of that immortal divine venerable of the blood sword sect? It only took a few breaths for Yichun to sense the 7 people Xiaojiu spoke of chasing after him. Moreover, Yichun heard the wrath-filled voice of the immortal divine venerable. Little brat, you killed my disciple and dare to flee? In the heavens and on the earth, let's see where you can escape to. Boom! 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 The moment the immortal divine venerable's voice finished echoing in Yichun's ears, the next moment, the void around Yichun was ripped open, and the immortal divine venerable, along with the other 6 upper heavenly divine venerables, appeared and surrounded Yichun completely. Chapter 795-. The 4 great sects of the Western Territory. Surrounded by the 7 people, Yichun's complexion drastically changed. In an instant, Yichun clenched the Xian divine cone in his hand while the blue extreme ice flame in his qi also began to surge, ready to burst forth at any moment. In such a situation, there was no way for Yichun to hide any of his abilities. An immortal divine venerable, 6 heavenly divine venerables. To escape from this predicament, he could only fight to the death. Seeing the dramatic change in Yichun's expression, the immortal divine venerable from the blood sword sect's eyes flashed with a razor-sharp glint as he looked at Yichun. I'm quite curious how a true god like you managed to kill a senior heavenly divine venerable. It seems you have quite a few secrets on you. Originally, with my realm of immortal divine venerable, I wouldn't want to strike against a mere true god, but to be safe, I shall personally take action and kill you. As the immortal divine venerable spoke, a blood-red divine needle suddenly flew out from his body. The entire divine needle emitted a bloodthirsty and terrifying divine light. Seeing that in the next moment, the blood-red divine needle would likely shoot towards him, Yichun's Xian divine cone also started to flash with bright light. The Xian divine cone could even severely injure an immortal divine venerable. If the immortal divine venerable dared to make a move, Yichun didn't mind engaging in a mutually destructive fight, just as both parties were in a standoff, ready to fight at the drop of a word. A charming voice of a woman suddenly came from the void. The great immortal divine venerable Ao knew from the blood sword sect's 4 great sects of the Western Territory dares to strike at a true god. What an eye-opening spectacle! Upon hearing this voice, the immortal divine venerable from the blood sword sect seemed to recognize the owner of the voice. His face changed color, and he abruptly retracted the blood-red divine needle that was about to be launched. He looked in the direction the voice came from. He saw the void being torn apart, and a woman in a blue robe accompanied by 5 beautiful women stepped out from the crack in the void. This woman in the blue robe, with her long hair falling to her waist and her figure beguilingly enchanting, her face extraordinarily charming, was none other than the senior heavenly divine venerable from the Sky Fox sect. This senior heavenly divine venerable woman seemed to have no fear of the immortal divine venerable Ao Nu from the Bloodsword sect at all. Moreover, Ao Nu's expression changed upon hearing her voice. Clearly, this woman was no ordinary character. Sure enough, the next moment, the immortal divine venerable Ao Nu from the Bloodsword sect directly called out the woman's name. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Fairy Luo Yun from the Sky Fox sect. What? Despite your extraordinary strength, does the Sky Fox sect intend to interfere with the affairs of our Bloodsword sect? As the immortal divine venerable spoke, the other 6 heavenly divine venerables of the Bloodsword sect also changed expressions dramatically upon hearing the 4 words, Fairy Luo Yun. They all hurriedly flew to their master's side. Even though their realms were similar to Fairy Luo Yun's, their demeanor suggested they feared her greatly. Seeing the arrival of the group from the Sky Fox sect, the immortal divine venerable from the Bloodsword sect temporarily stayed his hand, and Yi Chen's tightly clenched Xian divine cone finally quieted down. Yi Chen was also puzzled. Who was this Fairy Luo Yun, who seemed to be speaking on his behalf? Then, Xiaojiu's voice directly entered Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen, both the Sky Fox sect and the Bloodsword sect are among the 4 major sects of the Western Territory. In the Western Territory, apart from the Western Territory King Mansion and the 4 major forces of the Divine Kingdom, and Taiyun Heaven being the most powerful, the next most prominent forces are the 4 great sects of the Western Territory. These 4 great sects of the Western Territory, the Sky Fox sect, Bloodsword sect, and also the Vajra sect and Black Demon sect, all have sovereign realm powerhouses within them. Although they do not have as many sovereign realm figures as the Western Territory King Mansion and Taiyun Heaven, in the Divine Kingdom, they are also quite famous and powerful forces. As for why Fairy Luo Yun suddenly appeared and spoke for you, I do not understand this character. However, considering how she has condensed her aura to the extreme, her combat power is definitely on par with an immortal divine venerable. She's also a genius capable of fighting across realms. Hearing Xiaojiu's words, a gleam of understanding shone in Yi Chen's eyes. Although he did not know why Fairy Luo Yun from the Sky Fox sect had come, the presence of something happening gave Yi Chen, who was originally facing almost certain death, a slight chance of turning the situation around. Yi Chen also watched the development of events, ready to respond to any changes in the situation at any moment. At this moment, the blue-robed woman, Fairy Luo Yun, who was being stared at by the people of the Bloodsword sect, did not immediately answer Ao Nu's question. Instead, she first looked towards Yi Chen. Fairy Luo Yun even coyly nodded at Yi Chen with a smile, leaving him somewhat at a loss as to her intentions. Then, Yi Chen heard Fairy Luo Yun say to Ao Nu of the Bloodsword sect, "Venerable Ao Nu, if you dare to make a move on this true god, of course, I wouldn't mind interfering. However, are you sure? Are you daring enough to attack him? It seems that during the time you went to the Netherworld land in search of Een Spirit Ganoderma, you were completely unaware of the fame of this true god." Fairy Luo Yun's words sent a chill through Ao Nu's heart. Could this little true god have a significant background? Ao Nu's gaze focused intensely on Yi Chen. Previously, Yi Chen, who was suddenly approached by Zhao Huan during his cultivation, had not yet managed to change his appearance and was now in his original form. However, Ao Nu had not recognized him at all. Clearly, he did not know Yi Chen. It was then that Fairy Luo Yun spoke with a light smile. "This true god here is none other than Yi Chen, the latest rising star in the Divine Kingdom, and a disciple of the Supreme Divine Institute. Ao Nu Divine Venerable, I fear you may not be aware that Yi Chen has received considerable attention and importance from Sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. If the 2 nobles knew you sent the Heavenly Divine Venerable to kill him, and that so many others besieged him, I wonder how they would deal with you." The voice of Fairy Luo Yun was very calm, but as her words fell, the brain of the immortal divine Venerable Ao Nu seemed to explode with a loud bang. The little true god before him, given such attention and importance by sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. Although Ao Nu lived in the Western Territory, he held an absolute fear for the peak existences in the divine kingdom like sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. Ao Nu was aware that even the strongest figure in the Western Territory, the Western Territory King, would not dare to provoke sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. Master, we have heard of the Yichun before. It is said that this person has significant ties with the #1 goddess of Supreme Divine Institute, Long Li, who is also the girl that both sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King care about the most. We've heard that even Qin Yun Tian, the sect leader of Divine Dragon Mountain, one of the 4 major forces, whose descendants were killed by Yi Chan, did not dare to seek revenge. They were even subject to a sovereign order by the 2 sovereigns, forbidding Divine Dragon Mountain's divine venerables and sovereigns from troubling Yi Chan. Although the sovereign order does not target us, with the involvement of the 2 great sovereigns, the situation is indeed troublesome. The 2 heavenly divine venerables from Blood Sword sect had also heard of Yi Chen's name and were now hurriedly sharing what they knew about Yi Chan with Ao Nu. Now, Ao Nu genuinely felt fear rising within him. Even though he had lost a heavenly divine venerable disciple, when compared to offending sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King, it mattered very little. Even if all his disciples were to die, he would not dare to provoke those 2 great figures. Ao Nu looked directly at Yi Chan, his voice trembling slightly. Are you really that Yi Chan? Yi Chan had not expected that his identity, even upon arriving in the Western Territory, would be able to intimidate an immortal divine venerable. Caught in a difficult situation, Yi Chan indeed knew that leveraging the names of the 2 sovereigns could well be a good choice to resolve this crisis. Yi Chan looked up at Ao Nu and said, Indeed, I am Yi Chan, a disciple of Supreme Divine Institute. Previously, I was cultivating in a realm I had rented, when that heavenly divine venerable came to execute me, and I had no choice but to fight back and kill him. Right and wrong will be judged accordingly. Yi Chan spoke with neither humbleness nor arrogance. Yi Chen's words caused Ao Nu's expression to change over and over, so much so that he fell silent for dozens of breaths. Yi Chan did not speak either, just looking directly at the immortal divine venerable. At this moment, the 6 heavenly divine venerables from Blood Sword sect were silent as if frozen, not daring to make the slightest sound. On the other hand, the girls from Sky Fox sect looked curiously at Yi Chan, with Fairy Luo Yun showing no concern, smilingly watching the scene unfold. After the air seemed to solidify for a dozen breaths, the immortal divine Venerable Ao Nu of Blood Sword sect managed to let go of his dark expression. He even put on a forced smile on his face, bowed to Yi Chan and said, Previously, my disciple was unaware that your excellency was a person of interest to the 2 sovereigns, and offended you. Their death is well deserved. Let's lay this matter to rest. I, Ao Nu, swear an oath to the 2 great sovereigns that I shall no longer pursue this issue, caving in. This immortal divine venerable, merely because of the names of sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King, was directly caving in front of Yi Chan. Seemingly conscious that his words could be somewhat embarrassing for himself, Ao Nu did not wish to linger any longer, let alone dare to inquire about the Een spirit Ganoderma anymore. After he clasped his fists in farewell to Yi Chan, he promptly led the 6 heavenly divine venerables away. The scene was then left with only Yi Chan and the 6 girls from Skyfox sect. Yi Chan had not expected such a great disaster to thus dissipate into nothingness. This made Yi Chan even more emotionally stirred. The mere names of sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King were enough to intimidate an immortal divine venerable and avert a major crisis for him despite the billions of miles in distance. This further emboldened Yi Chen's resolve to become an existence like sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King. Yi Chen also aspired to become a person who could deter others from all directions. Yi Chen knew that while in the Wan Mu Mountain Divine Kingdom, sovereign Xuechen and Northern Territory King could help him. In other divine kingdoms or against some covert tactics, he could only rely on himself. Only by becoming an absolute powerhouse could he fear nothing. One day, I will become an existence like the two great sovereigns. For now, it's crucial to enter the God-King realm as soon as possible. After taking a deep breath, Yichun turned to the smiling, Fairy Luo Yun and clasped his fist, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Senior." Fairy Luo Yun just smiled lightly, her eyes shining slightly as she said, "Yichun, there's no need for thanks. I am more than willing to do little favors for the two great sovereigns. If you do wish to thank me, actually, I have two requests, and I hope you can fulfill them." Chapter 796, Two Requests. Two requests? Yichen's mind raced as he instantly thought of one thing Fairy Luo Yun might ask for. "Senior, please say what you need. If this junior can help, I will certainly do so," Yichun said to Fairy Luo Yun. Fairy Luo Yun's beautiful eyes looked at Yichun, blinked playfully, and said with irresistible charm, "Yichun, you probably guessed what my first request is. Indeed, it's about the Een spirit Ganoderma." Yichun muttered to himself, certain it was indeed about that. Since the person from the Bloodsword sect had discovered the barren mountains he had visited before contained Een spirit Ganoderma, it was not surprising that Fairy Luo Yun, who seemed even stronger than Ao Nu, could also discover the presence of Een spirit Ganoderma in the same mountains. "Yichun, you should be aware of the uses of the Een spirit Ganoderma," Fairy Luo Yun continued. "This time our Sky Fox sect has come to the Demon Tomb, primarily to enter the first Demon Tomb and obtain the divine milk. We already have a substantial amount of Een spirit Ganoderma, 5 pieces to be exact, allowing 5 of our 6 heavenly divine venerables to enter. This can also allow numerous earth divine venerables and God King true gods to go in. However, one can never have too much Een spirit Ganoderma. Since you, Yichun, have also come across a piece, it just happens to be enough for our remaining heavenly divine venerable to enter with us. Yichun, since you are at the true God realm, your entry will not consume a heavenly divine venerable's quota for the first demon tomb. My first request is that if you decide to enter the first demon tomb, please reserve the opportunity that allows 1 heavenly divine venerable and 10 earth divine venerables to enter for our Skyfox sect, and we will be deeply grateful," requested Fairy Luo Yun. "Of course, if you don't wish to enter, you can also sell the Een spirit Ganoderma directly to us, and we will offer a satisfying price." Upon hearing Fairy Luo Yun's first request, Yichun pondered it. This request was not at all difficult to agree to. After all, they only needed the quota to bring people with Een spirit Ganoderma, and if Yichun himself were to enter the first demon tomb, he would need a piece of it anyway. Taking the Skyfox sect members along as well if he went was not an issue. Even if he didn't enter the first demon tomb himself, selling the Een spirit Ganoderma to the well-intentioned Skyfox sect was indeed a good option. In an instant, Yichun made his decision. Yichun smiled at Fairy Luo Yun. "Senior has just spoken in my defense and saved me from a great disaster. This matter is easily settled, and Yichun agrees. However, I have not yet decided whether or not to enter the first demon tomb. If I do enter, then the chance to bring others in will be reserved for the Skyfox sect. Even if I do not enter the first demon tomb, as you have just mentioned, I will sell the Een spirit Ganoderma to the Skyfox sect." The other 5 heavenly divine venerable women from Skyfox sect were overjoyed when they heard Yichun's agreement. They had previously been 1 piece of Een spirit Ganoderma, short to all enter the first demon tomb, and they had been worried that one of them might have to stay outside. Now, with Yichun's promise, they could be certain that they would all be able to enter the first demon tomb. This made these heavenly divine venerable women feel a surge of affection toward Yichun. Fairy Luo Yun also smiled at Yichun. "Then this first request is settled as such. Whether you enter the first demon tomb or not, take your time to think it over carefully. There's no need to hurry. Now, for my second request. However, this second request can only be fulfilled by you if you enter the first demon tomb." "Oh," Yichun asked curiously, "what is it?" Though he had not yet decided whether to go to the first demon tomb, he was quite curious about what favor Fairy Luo Yun would ask of him. After all, he was only a true god. Aside from the Ain spirit Ganoderma, he couldn't offer much help to this exceptionally powerful upper heavenly divine venerable. At that moment, Fairy Luo Yun gently extended her fair hand, and a red object appeared in her palm. The red object was a small divine sword. When Yi Chun saw it, a gleam flashed in his eyes. This little red divine sword was clearly forged from the fetus of an extreme heavenly object. The same sensation it gave was identical to that of the extreme heavenly object fetus forged, star blue divine garment he possessed. Fairy Luo Yun actually had a treasure forged from the fetus of an extreme heavenly object. To know that treasures forged from the fetus of an extreme heavenly object, although not as precious as the actual extreme heavenly objects, were still extremely rare. After all, such treasures could potentially transform into a genuine extreme heavenly object in the future. Even many sovereign realm beings yearned for such fetus-forged extreme heavenly objects. Apart from his own star blue divine garment, Yi Chun had only seen one fetus-forged extreme heavenly object in the hands of Xuaningning, a girl from Divine Miao Peak of the Tai Ching Divine Institute, during the competition among the 9 great divine institutes, one known as the Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus. But that Heavenly Decree 9 Transformation Lotus Xuaningning possessed came from a 9-star sovereign of Divine Miao Peak. Since Xuaningning hailed from one of the 4 great powers of the Divine Kingdom, it was not surprising that she had such an item. Now, in the Western Territory, although the Sky Fox sect is considered a first-rate force, it is obviously incomparable to one of the 4 great powers of the Divine Kingdom, Divine Miao Peak. To have an artifact in her hands that was refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, of course, left Yi Chun utterly surprised. No wonder this Fairy Luo Yun, with the cultivation of a heavenly divine venerable, could make someone like Ao Nu, an immortal earth divine venerable, afraid. Seeing that she could bring out an item refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, her background is probably quite astonishing. Yi Chun contemplated. Fairy Luo Yun, who had just brought out the extreme heavenly object prototype artifact, Red Divine Sword, smiled and said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, you must have recognized that this item is refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object. I would also ask you, Yi Chun, to bring out the artifact you have that has been refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, so I too can have a look," she said. Boom! The words of Fairy Luo Yun truly caught Yi Chun off guard. Fairy Luo Yun had actually discovered that he also possessed an artifact refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object. Yi Chun had heard from Xiaojiu that the star blue divine garment could block the probing of divine senses, and even the divine senses of exceptionally powerful divine venerables could not detect it. Only someone at the sovereign realm might be able to sense it on him. Now, Fairy Luo Yun, with the status of a heavenly divine venerable, had directly stated that he had an artifact refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object on him, utterly surprising Yi Chun. As if understanding Yi Chun's confusion, Fairy Luo Yun smiled slightly and explained, "Yi Chun, I once cultivated in the Tai Ching Divine Institute of the Northern Region in the Divine Kingdom. By a lucky coincidence, I met the Northern Territory King and was even granted a treasure by him. This treasure allows me to detect various extreme heavenly objects as well as artifacts refined from their prototypes." While speaking, Fairy Luo Yun moved her hand, and an ivory-colored seal appeared in her palm. When Fairy Luo Yun picked up the seal, Yi Chun noticed that it indeed bore the handwriting of the Northern Territory King. Although Yi Chun had never seen the Northern Territory King's handwriting, he was very familiar with the divine power aura emanating from the characters. It was the same aura he had sensed during his assessment at the 9 Great Divine Institutes when he encountered the Northern Territory King. This seal truly was a gift given to Fairy Luo Yun by the Northern Territory King. At this moment, Yi Chun also finally understood why Fairy Luo Yun had been so cordial to him and offered her help after learning of his background. It turned out that this woman had some connection with the Northern Territory King. Thinking of this, Yi Chun no longer concealed his possession. With a wave of his hand, the star blue divine garment flew directly off him, transforming into a garment that emanated a faint starlight and appeared in the palm of his hand. When the other 5 female heavenly divine venerables from the Sky Fox sect saw Yi-chun truly bring out an artifact refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, they were incredibly shocked. They were heavenly divine venerables, yet none of them had such an item. Only their master sister of extraordinary origin had one. Now that Yi-chun, a true god, was able to bring out an artifact refined from the prototype of an extreme heavenly object, they were utterly stupefied. At this moment, Fairy Luo Yun paid no heed to the astonishment of the other sisters. Her gaze remained fixed on the star-blue divine garment in Yi-chen's hand. The more she looked, the brighter Fairy Luo Yun's eyes became. Excellent, Yi-chen. You have cultivated this item once while at the True God realm, upgrading its prowess to resist attacks from an Earth Divine Venerable level. Although you haven't completely enhanced it to become stronger, it will be of great help when combined with my Blood Departure Divine Sword. I now have quite a good chance of succeeding, she said. With that, Fairy Luo Yun no longer hesitated and directly shared the specifics of the second matter she wanted to request from Yi-chun. Yi-chun, my trip to the Demon Tomb area this time is not only to retrieve divine milk, but also to enter a demon tomb and extract a treasure from its earthly domain. To extract that treasure, it's necessary to have either an extreme heavenly object or an artifact refined from its prototype. Otherwise, we will trigger a mutation of the ancient demonic beast carcasses within that realm of the demon tomb. My confidence wasn't high originally, but just now, I sensed that you too have the prototype of an extreme heavenly object. If you help me, my chances of obtaining that treasure are as high as 80%, she explained. Yi-chun, if you're willing to help me, all the other treasures in that domain will be yours, and I only want that one item, a white jade token. Upon hearing Fairy Luo Yun's words, Yi-chen's thoughts raced. Retrieve a treasure from a demon tomb? Yi-chun had heard that each demon tomb in the demon tomb area contained numerous demon tombs, where the carcasses of ancient demonic beasts were buried. Some of these demon tombs were harmless, while others were terrifying beyond belief. If he were to agree to Fairy Luo Yun's request, Yi-chun knew he must inquire about the danger level of this particular demon tomb. Senior, may I ask how confident you are in safely entering and then exiting the demon tomb you wish to enter? Yi-chun asked. Chapter 797, The Opening of the Devil's Tomb. Hearing Yi-chen's question, Fairy Luo Yun gave a charming smile. I have entered the demon tomb once before, but because I lacked a treasure made from the prototype of an extreme heaven item to aid me, I was unable to retrieve the treasures inside. The demon tomb might be incredibly dangerous for others, but for me, there is no danger at all. Yi-chun, if you agree to help me, I swear on my heart that I will absolutely not let you suffer any harm from that demon tomb. Fairy Luo Yun's words were filled with absolute confidence. Yi-chun nodded, a thought crossing his mind. If it was indeed absolutely safe, then he truly wouldn't mind helping this fairy with the first demon tomb. On one hand, he could repay her for saving him. On the other, if he could safely obtain some treasures, of course Yi-chun would be willing. Since Senior guarantees my safety, then Junior will not refuse any longer, Yi-chun said with a smile to Fairy Luo Yun. If Junior goes to the first demon tomb, then I will definitely help Senior retrieve the treasures from the demon tomb when the time comes. Fairy Luo Yun's eyes sparkled with vitality upon hearing Yi-chen's agreement. If Yi-chun truly helped her, she would have a great chance of obtaining the treasure she had longed for in her dreams. Yi-chen, thank you, Fairy Luo Yun smiled at Yi-chun. Now that you know my 2 requests, I will await your decision. There are still a few days before the demon tomb opens. Once you have made your decision, let me know whether you will go to the first demon tomb. After conversing a few more words with Yi-chun and leaving a way to contact each other, Fairy Luo Yun, accompanied by several other heavenly divine venerables from the Sky Fox sect, drifted away. In the void, only Yi-chun remained. Reflecting on what had just happened, Yi-chun felt as if he had experienced a series of dramatic twists and turns. First, he was pursued by the 7 powerhouses of the Blood Sword sect. Then Fairy Luo Yun's words frightened them off, and in the end, He also learned of Fairy Luo Yun's 2 requests. Yichen also felt that he had walked through life and death. First, I'll explore other places in this subordinate star continent. Since the people of the Blood Sword sect are gone, the crisis of killing the heavenly divine venerable is truly resolved. Now, it is really time to consider whether or not to enter the first demon tomb. After contemplating for a while, Yichen's figure shot forward as he flew off. In the remaining days, Yichen traveled throughout various regions of this subordinate star continent. Yichen saw many true gods, god kings, and divine venerables swarming to this realm, preparing to enter the land of the demon tomb, and he also witnessed countless events unfold. In the end, one event truly touched Yichen, leading him to make a decision. It was on the 4th day after saying farewell to Fairy Luo Yun, while Yichen was in a mountain range of this subordinate star continent, that he directly heard a series of wailing sounds. When Yichen arrived at that mountain range, he saw many people gathered there, engaged in a bustling discussion. Among the mountains, there were many earth divine venerables crying around a mummified body. After inquiring about what had happened, Yichen finally understood the situation. It turned out to be an elderly heavenly divine venerable who, knowing his end was near, planned to venture into the land of the demon tomb, seeking a final breakthrough, a last sliver of hope to extend his life. Alas, he did not survive until the opening of the demon tomb. His lifespan exhausted, he withered away. This type of lifespan depletion and withering away kept happening in the divine kingdom. But for Yichen, it was the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. This gave Yichen a great shock. Yichen had heard that every realm had a lifespan limit, and once it was reached, no matter if you had lived for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years, you could not escape the fate of your lifespan depleting and withering away. Unless you could break through further and step into a new realm, this was the only way to extend your lifespan's limit. Previously, Yichen hadn't really considered this. After all, he was still very young in bone age, and to countless elders, he was just a 20-year-old youngster. But now, the withered heavenly divine venerable had made Yichen realize what time waits for no one truly meant. Any delay could mean missing the chance to ever make amends. Only by truly cherishing each opportunity could one continuously exceed the limits set by heaven and earth, surpass one's own limits, and ultimately reach the legendary levels. The path of martial arts is full of dangers. Only by facing the thorns can one be ready to deal with various crises. I do not wish to be in a state of panic when my lifespan nears its end. Looking at the ice snow jade pendant with the Een spirit Ganoderma and the Xian divine cone inside, Yichen made up his mind. Once the land of the demon tomb opens, I'll go into the first demon tomb to brave it out. I can keep 2 Een spirit Ganoderma on hand to help fend off danger. And with the remaining 3 Xian divine cones in the first demon tomb, I might just make a strike. Even if true danger comes, I won't continue charging forward. At least there is absolute hope for survival. If I miss the opportunity inside the first demon tomb, there will be no regret medicine to take. Indeed, this time Yichen could choose to only complete a level 5 mission, get the Thunder Turtle egg from the Thunder Turtle, and not have to enter the more dangerous first demon tomb. But in that case, Yichen would only be able to exchange for 1 tribulation-inducing pill, and using it to undergo the divine tribulation to break through to the God King realm would still be dangerous. Moreover, when Yichen aimed to break through to even higher realms in the future, he would face many bottlenecks. Compared to that, entering the first demon tomb was dangerous, but once he obtained the divine milk, Yichen would not only be able to quickly ascend to the God King realm, but it would also provide him with an ace for attacking the realms of Earth Divine Venerable, Heavenly Divine Venerable, and even Immortal Divine Venerable later on. This opportunity was coveted even by many Heavenly Divine Venerables and Immortal Divine Venerables, so after pondering, Yichen naturally did not want to give it up. That Thunder Turtle is in the 8th Demon Tomb area. I'll go there first to obtain the Thunder Turtle egg and complete the level 5 mission. Even if I eventually do not exchange the merit points from the completed mission for the tribulation-inducing pill, those merit points can still be useful in other ways. Since I've come here, The level 5 mission still needs to be completed first. After completing the level 5 mission, I'll enter the first demon tomb with Fairy Luo Yun and the others to take a look. With the decision made, Yi Chun felt light all over. What remained was to make all sorts of preparations for this decision. Yi Chun didn't continue to wander around this subordinate star continent, but directly contacted Fairy Luo Yun and informed her of his decision. Then, Yi Chun truly began waiting for the day when the demon tomb would officially open. This wait did not last many days. On the third day after Yi Chun made his decision, the day for the demon tomb to open finally arrived. Early in the morning, Yi Chun gathered together with Fairy Luo Yun and others, flying towards the direction that led to the demon tomb from this subordinate continent. At that time, Yi Chun saw that the martial artists who poured into the subordinate star continent's borders numbered over 100 million. Yi Chun also saw Ao Nu of the Blood Sword sect and their group, as well as the Blood Sword sect martial artists with them. Yi Chun, introduced by Fairy Luo Yun, also met people from other major powers of the Western Territory, such as the Vajra sect and the Black Demon sect. He even encountered representatives from the Western Territory King Mansion and people from one of the 4 great powers of the Divine Kingdom, Tai Yun Heaven. Of course, the most numerous were the smaller forces and the independent martial artists. The whole sky was packed dense with crowds of people, like a swarm of locusts. In these crowds, true gods were few and far between, as not many true gods dared to venture into the hazardous demon tomb. The vast majority of the area consisted of martial artists at the God King realm, while there were also numerous Earth Divine Venerables, Heavenly Divine Venerables, and Immortal Divine Venerables. As Yi Chun looked towards the direction of the demon tomb, he could faintly see through the seal the outlines of tombs larger than ordinary star continents. The 9 great demon tombs. At that moment, between the 9 great demon tombs and the subordinate star continent, there was still a huge void prohibition separating them. When the moment to step into the demon tomb arrived, Yi Chun saw that outside of the prohibition area, 3 6-star sovereign realm powerhouses appeared. These 3 sovereign realm powerhouses issued a divine light that simultaneously covered the entire star continent, heavily enveloping the void prohibition outside the demon tomb. Then, a spectacle that shocked the billions of martial artists on the subordinate star continent occurred. It was as if the doors to the stars had been opened. Under the stimulation of the 3 sovereign realm powerhouses, the void prohibition outside the demon tomb slowly dissipated, revealing the true scenery of the demon tomb within. Standing beside the people of Sky Fox sect, Yi Chun saw that inside the demon tomb, dark light soared to the sky, malevolent energy permeated, and he could hear roar after roar that echoed throughout the stars, coming from deep within the demon tomb. The fearsome land that entombed countless ancient demonic beasts, the demon tomb, was indeed no ordinary realm. The first feeling it gave off upon the opening of the prohibition was enough to know the dangers within. At that moment, one of the 3 great sovereign realm powerhouses who had opened the prohibition spoke out. The demon tomb has been opened. No matter from what force you come, no matter what your realm is, once you step into the demon tomb, your life and death are in your own hands. Remember, the demon tomb is only open for 1 month. After 1 month, you must come out from the demon tomb. Otherwise, once the prohibition is resealed, with the demonic aura at its strongest, even if your divine skills are astounding, you will certainly not survive. Now, those who wish to enter the demon tomb, go ahead. The voice of the sovereign realm powerhouse resonated throughout the whole world. When the voice fell, he and the other 2 sovereign realm powerhouses vanished with a flash of divine light. What remained was the countless throng of martial artists, ready to enter the demon tomb. With only 1 month's time, let's hurry in. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless martial artists, whether in groups of 3s and 2s or in larger parties, all consecutively summoned their flying boats. These flying boats were of divine artifact level, heavenly divine artifact level, and even more powerful were of profound heaven divine artifact level. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sky was full of flying boats. These flying boats charged directly towards the 9 demon tombs. Chapter 798. Heavenly Fiend Ghostfire and Netherworld Thunder Turtle. Yi-chun, let's go, came the voice from the Sky Fox Sex Fairy Luo Yun towards Yi-chun. At this moment, beside Fairy Luo Yun, apart from the 5 heavenly divine venerable ladies Yi-chun had seen, there were also dozens of earth divine venerables and hundreds of divine kings. No true gods were to be seen. Evidently, the danger of the demon tomb had led the Sky Fox sect not to send any true god to this place this time. All these Sky Fox sect disciples were female. Yi-chun, a young man and the only true god in the arena, standing beside the numerous female disciples of the Sky Fox sect, really stood out. Now, hundreds of female disciples from the Sky Fox sect were also curiously sizing up Yi-chun. They had already inquired about Yi-chun's background. When they heard that this young man was from the first-ranked Supreme Divine Institute of the Divine Kingdom and was quite famous even within the institute, the female disciples from the Sky Fox sect looked at Yi-chun with admiration and envy. The Supreme Divine Institute, much stronger than their Sky Fox sect. Even though these female disciples had higher realms than Yi-chun, they certainly did not dare to underestimate Yi-chun, who was merely at the true god realm. Haven't they seen that even Fairy Luo Yun, who held a special position in their sect and was leading the team this time, was being extremely courteous to Yi-chun? The female disciples of the Sky Fox sect all carried a mysteriously alluring air about them. Feeling the weight of so many gazes upon him, Yi-chun too felt rather embarrassed. Hearing Fairy Luo Yun's words, Yi-chun quickly replied, "Senior, let's go." Seeing Yi-chun's somewhat embarrassed demeanor, Fairy Luo Yun gave a charming smile. However, remembering the rumors about the goddess Long Li that had been involved with Yi-chun, Fairy Luo Yun did not dare to tease him. With a light laugh, Fairy Luo Yun's fair finger gently tapped, and an exquisite, mysterious, heavenly divine artifact flying boat appeared directly in front of her in the void. Let's go. Everyone has flown toward the 9 great demon tombs. It's time for us to act. First, we'll head to the 8th demon tomb area. Yi-chun has a matter to handle. After resolving that, we'll head next to the 1st demon tomb. Swoosh. As soon as she finished speaking, Fairy Luo Yun was the first to fly onto the flying boat. Yi-chun, along with the hundreds of Sky Fox sex female disciples, also flashed their figures and arrived on the flying boat. Then, the exquisite, mysterious, heavenly divine artifact flying boat took off at a speed dozens of times faster than Yi-chun's own void traversal speed, flying towards the 9 massive demon tombs looming ahead. As the flying boat left the subordinate star continent and entered into star space heading towards the demon tomb, Yi-chun saw the demon tomb lying ahead in the dark space, like a gargantuan beast sprawled across the starry expanse. And the sight of millions of glowing flying boats, swarming towards the demon tomb like locusts, was spectacular to behold. While Yi-chun was observing the outer space and the approaching demon tomb as well as the flying boats, Fairy Luo Yun next to him spoke up, "Yi-chun, the moment we enter the demon tomb, we'll be stepping into a truly dangerous realm. Even the safest of the 9 great demon tombs, the 9th one, has a high risk of fatal danger if one is not careful. However, I have been to the demon tomb several times already. We can easily avoid some of the common dangers." Fairy Luo Yun was in the midst of speaking when Yi-chun suddenly heard exclamations from the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect nearby. Many female disciples were even pointing directly ahead. Fairy Luo Yun's voice stopped abruptly, and Yi-chun also looked forward. Then, Yi-chun saw a scene that made his heart race. He saw, from within the area of the 9 great demon tombs that resembled giant beasts lying prostrate, abruptly wafted trails of pale blue flames. These pale blue flames appeared instantly between the subordinate star continent and the demon tomb, and among the myriad of flying boats traversing the starry sky. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, thousands of flying boats fell into those suddenly emerging pale blue flames. At a distance, these pale blue flames didn't seem large, but their actual area was countless times larger than the flying boats. These pale blue flames were extremely terrifying. In just the blink of an eye, The flying boats that entered the pale blue flames were burned to ash without a trace. In an instant, probably more than 10,000 warriors died. They hadn't even entered the demon tombs within the demon tomb, and already 10,000 had perished. With the dreadful pale blue flames drifting, more and more flying boats failed to evade in time and were directly incinerated. This horrifying sight shocked many who were venturing into the demon tomb for the first time, igniting their screams. Many boat operators were so startled they flew erratically, throwing the boats into chaos. Only those flying boats controlled by individuals like Fairy Luo Yun remained stable and could dodge those terrifying pale blue flames. At this time, while controlling the flying boat to advance, Fairy Luo Yun spoke to Yichun. Those pale blue flames are called Heavenly Fiend Ghost Fire. This Heavenly Fiend Ghost Fire is a ghostly fire born from the carcasses of ancient demonic beasts buried within the demon tomb, tremendously terrifying. Even many of the immortal divine venerables, if scorched by it, would likely fall. However, Yichun, you can rest assured. I have been to the demon tomb several times and have long since discerned the traces of these heavenly fiend ghost fires. I have also prepared something that can defend against them. Safely passing through this area of heavenly fiend ghost fire attack should not be a problem. Even though Fairy Luo Yun spoke with ease, her complexion showed not the slightest relaxation. With Yichun aboard the flying boat, along with many disciples from the Skyfox sect, she certainly wouldn't let them be endangered. Fairy Luo Yun still carefully maneuvered the flying boat, avoiding the heavenly fiend ghost fires as they flew forward. This process of navigating through countless dreadful, heavenly fiend ghost fires lasted for about the duration of 2 sticks of incense. During this process, Yichun witnessed numerous flying boats engulfed by the heavenly fiend ghost fire, their warriors reduced to ashes. This made Yichun even more wary in his heart. Yichun certainly did not want to perish here on this journey to the demon tomb. Fortunately, Fairy Luo Yun indeed had the capability. Under her control, the top-grade mysterious heavenly divine artifact flying boat finally passed through the area where the heavenly fiend ghost fires wafted, officially entering the space of the demon tomb. Upon entering the demon tomb, Yichun felt an inexplicable silence and palpitation envelop his entire mind. Even though one could intermittently hear terrifying roars emanating from within the demon tomb, Yichun still perceived a strange quietness in this place. It was as if this area was a realm forgotten by time. After all, this was the burial ground for ancient demonic beasts. The demon tomb with countless demon tombs within. It was always enveloped by a sense of eeriness. The first thing Yichun saw was the 9th demon tomb on the outermost boundary of the demon tomb. This 9th demon tomb area was extremely vast, almost equivalent to 5 times the size of Snow Lotus Mountain on Star Continent, a place Yichun had once visited. Yichun saw many flying boats that had safely passed through the heavenly fiend ghost fire, all descending towards the interior of the 9th demon tomb. Clearly, this relatively safer 9th demon tomb was the destination of choice for many adventurers. Yichun and the entourage of the Skyfox sect, however, did not stop at the 9th demon tomb. They headed straight toward the 8th demon tomb area. In the 8th demon tomb lay the target of Yichun's original visit to the demon tomb, the rumored upper-rank Earth Divine Venerable Level Thunder Turtle. After flying for roughly half an hour more, Yichun finally entered the 8th demon tomb area. Looking down from the sky, one could see various sizes of demon tombs within the 8th demon tomb area. There were also countless abysses, canyons, and even black rivers flowing within it. Yichun was on a level 5 mission to the demon tomb and, of course, came prepared. He directed Fairy Luo Yun to the location of the Thunder Turtle, and the flying boat flew towards the northwest direction of the 8th demon tomb area. After flying for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yichun saw from afar a vast, gloomy-looking, black giant sea emerging ahead. So this is the place. Yichun, this netherworld sea, is said to have formed from the blood of countless ancient demonic beasts that were buried here in the 8th demon tomb, which coalesced into an ocean. After the appearance of this 8th demon tomb, the netherworld sea also gave birth to numerous demonic beasts. The thunder turtle you are looking for is likely one of them. How about it? You mentioned the thunder turtle is of an upper-rank Earth Divine Venerable level. Do you want me to make a move and kill it for you, so you can obtain the thunder turtle egg? Fairy Luo Yun, within the flying boat, said to Yi Chun with a smile. Fairy Luo Yun, a powerful heavenly divine venerable, could easily confront many immortal divine venerables with ease. For her to slay a thunder turtle of an Earth Divine Venerable level was certainly easy. However, Yi Chun shook his head towards Fairy Luo Yun. Senior, I prefer to handle it myself in obtaining the thunder turtle egg from this creature. After all, Supreme Divine Institute's missions require each disciple to accomplish them personally. The entire process of completing the mission, even to the extent that it must be recorded with an inscribing divine stone, has to be submitted at the time of reporting the mission. Senior, you just have to stop the flying boat at the edge of that netherworld sea. I have my own way of obtaining the thunder turtle egg. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Fairy Luo Yun nodded with a smile. It's good for you to take action yourself. I'd also like to see how the legendary supreme genius Yi Chun from the Supreme Divine Institute, with a true God realm cultivation, faces off against an upper-rank Earth Divine Venerable level netherworld thunder turtle. As Fairy Luo Yun spoke, the flying boat had already reached the edge of the netherworld sea, and she stopped the vessel right there. As the flying boat came to a halt, Yi Chun jumped down from the craft and hovered above the void of the netherworld sea. Fairy Luo Yun knew that Yi Chun had even slain the heavenly divine venerable Zhao Huan, so he certainly must have confidence in handling the netherworld thunder turtle. But the other disciples of the Sky Fox sect had not seen Yi Chun in action, nor knew of his methods. At this moment, hundreds of female disciples, many filled with interest, watched every move of Yi Chun, while many others, harboring doubts and concerns, wondered how Yi Chun with his true God realm power was going to obtain the thunder turtle egg from an Earth Divine Venerable level thunder turtle. Chapter 799 Fierce Battle. Above the void of the netherworld sea, Yi Chun gazed at the gloomy sky over the 8th demon tomb. The netherworld sea beneath appeared even more dark and sinister. He focused intently for a few moments. Then, with a movement of his finger, a plant half a meter in length appeared between them. This half-meter-long plant had a dark root, but on it were 5 sparkling silver leaves. What was even stranger was that at the tip of the plant there was a flower bud ready to bloom. Both the dark roots and the sparkling silver leaves radiated an inexplicable divine light and were filled with mysterious patterns. But what was most unique was the flower bud ready to bloom at the top. The flower petals, still bundled together, totaled more than a dozen, alternating in black and white, emanating an indistinct thunderous aura. Even at a great distance from Yi Chun, the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect on the flying boat could feel the immense thunderous aura emanating from the plant's petals in Yi Chun's hands. When Fairy Luo Yun saw Yi Chun take out the plant, her eyes lit up. Heavenly Thunder Flower. Yi Chun has actually found this item. It seems he is prepared thoroughly for the task of acquiring the Thunder Turtle Egg. The Heavenly Thunder Flower is rumored to be the best thing to lure a netherworld thunder turtle. As Fairy Luo Yun murmured to herself, Yi Chun, who had taken out the Heavenly Thunder Flower, gently pinched the magic formula in his hand. The half-meter-long Heavenly Thunder Flower plant burst forth from Yi Chen's hands and drifted towards the netherworld sea below. Following that, something miraculous happened. As it floated, the Heavenly Thunder Flower began to grow larger and larger. In a moment, the original half-meter plant had morphed into dozens of meters long. Once its roots were first planted into the water of the netherworld sea, the entire flower bud floated above the water. From a distance, it appeared as if this huge Heavenly Thunder Flower had always grown atop the netherworld sea. Even more peculiar was that the entire Heavenly Thunder Flower plant was not stationary in the water. As soon as it fell into the netherworld sea, the entire plant began to spin. With the spinning, the bud of the Heavenly Thunder Flower that was meant to bloom began to unfurl. Petal by petal, the flower, now dozens of meters wide, with its petals alternating black and white, let out a piercing sound as they unfurled and released an inexplicable divine fragrance. Instantly, from the heavenly thunderflower, the fragrance started sweeping around. At the same time, a shocking divine light surged right above the flower, reaching up to the heavens, which began to draw down swathes of dark thunderclouds from above. From afar, it looked as if the heavenly thunderflower had triggered a thunder calamity. In an instant, the entire netherworld sea, with the heavenly thunderflower at its center, erupted into chaos within a radius of thousands of miles. One could feel that below the netherworld sea, numerous terrifying demon creatures were stirring, as if they wanted to swarm towards the heavenly thunderflower. But for some reason, even though the bottom of the netherworld sea was tumultuous, no demon creature truly surfaced. And as this turbulence continued for a dozen or so seconds, accompanied by the increasingly loud piercing noise of the heavenly thunderflower, the sea below suddenly fell eerily quiet. Seeing the quiet water below, Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. "It's coming!" A glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The next moment, the quietude of the netherworld sea was shattered as a colossal black thunder turtle, 1,000 meters in size, first appeared as a gigantic shell, followed swiftly by the entire creature surfacing above the sea. As the thunder turtle emerged, its small eyes on its head immediately turned towards the heavenly thunderflower, radiating an intensely covetous light. In the blink of an eye, the thunder turtle disappeared, and in the next instant, it reappeared near the heavenly thunderflower, its head darting toward the flower like lightning, attempting to take a bite. Seeing the thunder turtle's move, Yi Chen chuckled lightly from above the void. "I've gone through so much trouble to find the heavenly thunderflower, and you think you can just swallow it so easily? If you want this flower, it's simple. Exchange it with the thunder turtle egg you've refined using your thunder lightning magnetic force." As Yi Chen spoke, he pinched a magic formula with his hand, and for some reason, the heavenly thunderflower, floating on the netherworld sea, burst toward Yi Chen with even greater speed, and eventually floated behind him calmly. Meanwhile, Yi Chen faced the colossal black thunder turtle below directly. This black thunder turtle was a creature of the upper echelon of the God King realm, having long become sentient. Hearing Yi Chen's words and seeing this tiny human daring to snatch away the heavenly thunder flower that was almost in its mouth, the thunder turtle was furious. Roar! With a roar akin to a fierce beast, it suddenly shot up from the water, its massive body launching toward Yi Chen in an attempt to slam into him. Seeing the action of the netherworld thunder turtle, many female disciples of the Sky Fox sect aboard the flying boat changed color dramatically. Especially the female disciples of the God King realm and the Earth God venerated realm, even from a great distance, could feel the force of the collision from this superior Earth God venerated level netherworld thunder turtle. They could sense that this collision would probably shatter the divine power of countless Earth God venerates, killing them instantly. And Yi Chen was merely a 9 tribulations true god, not even at the God King realm yet. How could he possibly withstand the charge of a superior Earth God venerate level thunder turtle? Just when many of the female disciples were so worried that they screamed out, the netherworld thunder turtle had already slammed directly in front of Yi Chen. Then, a scene that caught all these female disciples off guard happened. Yi Chen simply waved his sleeve, and a myriad of divine lights suddenly burst out from his body, illuminating with the radiance of stars and intertwined with a marvelous silver-white hue, shooting up thousands of kilometers high. Within the shroud of divine light, Yi Chen didn't dodge or evade and collided head-on with the netherworld thunder turtle. But the result was not what the female disciples had predicted, that Yi Chen would be injured or even fall. Instead, the superior Earth God venerate level netherworld thunder turtle was repelled as if struck by a heavy hammer, being blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away upon collision with Yi Chen. The superior Earth God venerate level netherworld thunder turtle was, in fact, sent flying by Yi Chen. The hundreds of female disciples from the Sky Fox sect aboard the flying boat were utterly dumbfounded. Even though they guessed that Yi Chen dared to confront the netherworld thunder turtle head-on, because he must have had a way to restrain it, they never imagined he would meet the netherworld thunder turtle's charge with a direct clash. Only Fairy Luo Yun in the field, upon seeing the divine light that rose thousands of kilometers high outside of Yi Chen's body, exclaimed excitedly with eyes wide, "It's that divine robe. Yi Chen's divine robe is even more formidable than I imagined. It possesses such strong counterattacking power." Above the Netherworld Sea, the Netherworld Thunder Turtle, after being blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away, crashed into the water, creating a massive plume that shot up into the sky as if triggering a tsunami. At that moment, the Netherworld Thunder Turtle emitted another furiously enraged roar. Its body shook violently as it emerged from the water, and it took flight again, hovering in the void. Its eyes were fixed on the divine light surrounding Yi Chen, filled with astonishment, rage, and incredulity. Within that expression, there was a greed that surpassed even the sight of the heavenly thunder flower. It seems that my star-blue divine garment, after being nourished by the thunder-lightning magnetic force in Sovereign Lei Fa's abode, also has a gravitational pull on this thunder turtle. Yi Chen thought to himself. From the way it looks, it doesn't want to snatch the heavenly thunder flower but rather covets my star-blue divine garment. Yi Chen smiled lightly. The next moment, Yi Chen retracted the heavenly thunder flower behind him, and with a movement of his body, cloaked in the divine light soaring thousands of kilometers high, he charged straight toward the Netherworld Thunder Turtle. Having been refined, the star-blue divine garment was now capable of withstanding attacks of the Earth God Venerate level, let alone the superior Earth God Venerate level Thunder Turtle. Yi Chen had no reason to fear. Roar! Seeing Yi Chen charging at it, the Netherworld Thunder Turtle also swiftly tucked its head and claws into its shell, and the entire shell emitted extremely dark divine light, charging back toward Yi Chen. An astonishing scene unfolded across the entire sky. A mere human, carrying divine light thousands of kilometers long, was colliding with a turtle shell of a kilometer in size at an inconceivable speed. A few breaths later, they crashed into each other. Bang! The collision almost shattered the space between them. The air emitted a sound of space shattering, and then everyone saw that the kilometer-sized black turtle shell was once again sent flying backward by the impact, while Yi Chen stood firm, not retreating half a step. Even though everyone recognized that the Netherworld Thunder Turtle's second collision was far more powerful than the first, Yi Chen still completely suppressed it. This excited and impressed the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect, showing on their charming faces. At their stage of 9 tribulations true God, they definitely couldn't have achieved such a feat. This Yi Chen from the Supreme Divine Institute truly lived up to his reputation as the renowned youth within the institute, indeed impressive. And what Yi Chen did next made the pupils of these female disciples shimmer with excitement. They saw Yi Chen, after once again sending the Netherworld Thunder Turtle flying, soar toward the spot where it had plunged into the water like a ferocious human-shaped beast, diving straight into the Netherworld Sea. Then, waves after waves burst forth within the Netherworld Sea, with Yi Chen engaging in a fierce battle with the Thunder Turtle under the water. Boom! 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 This battle sent surges of water flying, and divine light burst forth in waves, making it impossible for the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect to see the actual fight. But just from the series of enraged roars from the Netherworld Thunder Turtle and the sky-high waves, one could imagine the ferocity of the battle. Chapter 800 The First Demon Tomb. After tens of breaths of battle, the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect suddenly felt the seawater suddenly calm down, as if the battling parties had simultaneously stopped their assault. Following that, they saw the seawater fluctuating again, but this time it wasn't due to the battle, but rather it seemed like both parties were simultaneously heading deeper into the sea. And after the fluctuations lasted for several breaths, they could no longer sense anything, and the entire Netherworld Sea's water returned to calm. However, the figures of Yi Chen and that Netherworld Thunder Turtle had completely disappeared. What happened? Who won between Yi Chen and the Netherworld Thunder Turtle? Yi Chen's figure disappeared into the seawater. Could something have happened to him? The female disciples of the Sky Fox sect all looked towards Fairy Luo Yun. Even those 5 heavenly divine venerable women looked at Fairy Luo Yun. At this moment, Fairy Luo Yun seemed to have sensed something. Her expression changed drastically for an instant before returning to calm. Her gaze towards the netherworld sea emitted a strange brilliance. Then, she turned her head toward the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect who were looking at her. Fairy Luo Yun smiled. The waters of the netherworld sea can block divine sense probes. Just like you, I can only see what happens at the very shallow boundaries. Thinking of the breath at the last moment that made even her feel astonished, Fairy Luo Yun continued. Nevertheless, Yi Chun should be fine. That netherworld thunder turtle is definitely not his match. Even if it has ascended to the immortal divine venerable level, Yi Chun certainly has the power to severely injure it. Severely injure an immortal divine venerable? How is that possible? The female disciples of the Sky Fox sect all exclaimed in shock. Their gaze incredulously turned towards the netherworld sea. If anyone else said these words, they would certainly not believe it, but said by their senior sister leader, of course, they had no doubts. Is Yi Chun really that powerful? Countless female disciples of the Sky Fox sect trembled with awe in their hearts. At this moment, Fairy Luo Yun, who was looking back toward the netherworld sea, murmured. Although the aura unleashed by Yi Chun at the last moment was largely blocked by the netherworld sea and I didn't see what kind of aura it was, my feeling is absolutely correct, that thing, I myself can smash or even kill. Yi Chun. He is indeed a person greatly valued by the two sovereigns. His trump cards seem to be even more than I thought. Perhaps even if I didn't intervene back then, facing Blood Sword Sect's immortal divine venerable Ao Nu, he would have had ways to handle it. As Fairy Luo Yun was murmuring to herself, and the female disciples of the Sky Fox sect were incredulously looking towards the netherworld sea, after dozens of breaths, they suddenly sensed the fluctuations of the netherworld sea's waters again. Following that, they saw a figure burst out from the water and soar into the sky. It was Yi Chen's figure. A smile was on Yi Chen's face, showing that he had gained a lot during the time he had disappeared. Yi Chen, did you succeed? Fairy Luo Yun stepped forward, stepping from the flying boat into the void, heading towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded with a smile. I did. He followed Fairy Luo Yun back inside the flying boat. Thinking about the battle with the netherworld thunder turtle relying on the star blue divine garment, Yi Chun was still a bit excited and regretful. With the powerful defensive and counterattack forces of the star blue divine garment, he was indeed not afraid of the netherworld thunder turtle at the higher level earth divine venerable level. However, without an aggressive attacking method of a higher level earth divine venerable, Yi Chun did not have the real power to fight back when this thunder turtle tried to escape. In the end, having no choice, Yi Chun had to take out the Xian divine cone to intimidate the netherworld thunder turtle. Luckily, the netherworld thunder turtle had a strong sense of crisis and unmatched spirit communication, and ultimately under Yi Chen's intimidation, it dared not resist Yi Chun at all. It even obediently led Yi Chun to its cave, and took out a thunder turtle egg to give to Yi Chun. Yi Chun had disappeared because he went with this netherworld thunder turtle to its cave. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's gaze turned directly towards the ice snow jade pendant. It could be seen, within the space of the ice snow jade pendant, a giant black egg, 100 meters large, appeared on the ground. Thunder turtle egg. This was the target of Yi Chen's level 5 mission. This thunder turtle egg was not an egg of the thunder turtle, but rather a special object refined by the thunder turtle through the power of thunder and lightning. When Yi Chun obtained this thunder turtle egg, he could also sense the vast power of thunder and lightning within the thunder turtle egg. After examining the thunder turtle egg, Yi Chen's eyes lightened a bit as he left the ice snow jade pendant and returned to the flying boat. Having obtained the thunder turtle egg, Yi Chun had a heavy burden lifted off his shoulders. Even if he was to go to the first demon tomb later and couldn't obtain the divine milk, relying on the thunder turtle egg, Yi Chun could still exchange it for a tribulation-inducing pill and have a chance to break through to the God King realm. This made Yi Chun even more ready to venture into the first demon tomb. When Yi Chen's gaze returned to the flying boat, he saw hundreds of Sky Fox sect female disciples all looking at him. The female disciples all had an expression as if they were looking at a monster, causing Yi-chun to also be slightly taken aback. At this moment, Fairy Luo Yun, seeing Yi-chun's appearance, laughed out loud. Yi-chun, my junior sisters here are all stunned by you. If you were a disciple of the Sky Fox sect, they would probably want to marry you right now. Sister. Hearing Fairy Luo Yun's teasing, a group of Sky Fox sect female disciples all turned a deep shade of red. However, they no longer dared to stare so intently at Yi-chun. For the 8th demon tomb, there was only one task that Yi-chun needed to complete, the level 5 task. After completing this task, Yi-chun and the people from Sky Fox sect immediately left the 8th demon tomb and headed towards the 1st demon tomb. Yi-chun, we were delayed a bit at the 8th demon tomb. I'm afraid many people have already reached the 1st demon tomb and even entered it. Let's hurry over as well. Seeing Yi-chun nod, Fairy Luo Yun spoke while maneuvering the flying boat, heading towards the 1st demon tomb. High above the polar heaven, passing over the 8th demon tomb, the 7th demon tomb, the 6th demon tomb. After flying for a long time, even encountering several attacks like the previous Heavenly Fiend Ghostfire between the demon tombs, the flying boat finally arrived above the 1st demon tomb. However, they couldn't see the situation inside the demon tomb from where they were. The entire 1st demon tomb seemed to be imprisoned by some mysterious force. Yi-chun had encountered this situation before when passing the 5th and 2nd demon tombs. He knew that this was the unique aspect of these demon tombs, not allowing random entry, but needing specific spiritual objects to open the prohibition and enter them. When the flying boat stopped at an entrance of the 1st demon tomb, Yi-chun saw a group of people in front of them being teleported into the 1st demon tomb amidst the glow of Ean's spirit Ganoderma. Seeing this, people of the Sky Fox sect were understandably anxious. Though it's not necessarily better the earlier they enter the 1st demon tomb. After all, to obtain the divine milk inside, they would have to navigate countless challenges, which wouldn't be easy to retrieve. But being able to enter earlier might allow them to encounter good treasures sooner. At this moment, the usually calm Fairy Luo Yun also finally showed some excitement on her face. We're also preparing to enter the 1st demon tomb. As we've planned beforehand, each Heavenly Divine Venerable will take 10 Earth Divine Venerables and 100 God Kings in a team, heading towards Land of Divine Milk. Remember, to choose different routes to advance to avoid everyone being blocked in one area. I will go with Yi-chun to another realm first to look for something, then head towards the Land of Divine Milk. Everyone act on your own. Be sure to protect yourselves. In the face of danger, prioritize your life. It's okay if you can't get the divine milk. Don't lightly lose your lives. If we don't meet inside the 1st demon tomb, remember, on the last day before leaving Demon Tomb Land, make sure to teleport out via the teleportation formation. Then we'll board the flying boat together and return. After giving a few instructions, the people of the Sky Fox sect left the flying boat under the leadership of Fairy Luo Yun. Yi-chun also flew down. After putting away the flying boat, Fairy Luo Yun stretched out her palm, and 5 Ean spirit Ganoderma directly appeared above her hand. She then handed over these 5 Ean spirit Ganoderma to the 5 Heavenly Divine Venerables of the Sky Fox sect. At this time, Yi-chun also took out a Ean spirit Ganoderma. Fairy Luo Yun had also discussed the plan with Yi-chun for entering the 1st demon tomb, and Yi-chun knew that the two of them would first go to the demon tomb Luo Yun had mentioned before. After the 6 Ean spirit Ganoderma were ready, Yi-chun and the 5 Heavenly Divine Venerables of the Sky Fox sect started to activate the Ean spirit Ganoderma, preparing for teleportation. Before coming to the Demon Tomb Land, Yi-chun had already figured out how to activate the Ean spirit Ganoderma for teleportation. Yi-chun's divine power surged towards the Ean spirit Ganoderma in his hand, and divine light enveloped Fairy Luo Yun. The entire Ean spirit Ganoderma then started to burst apart. Following this, that strange black divine power that Yi-chun had sensed inside the Ean spirit Ganoderma was directly activated. This black divine power instantly sensed Yi-chun and Fairy Luo Yun, enveloping them completely. Then, the entire black divine power formed into a 1,000 feet tall giant black snake, roaring with thunder and lightning. and the end of this giant black snake surged towards the prohibition of the first demon tomb. Boom! The end of the black snake and the prohibition had instantly revealed swirling black vortexes. These black vortexes swelled continuously, enlarging and emitting a surging sound. Following this, a black light pillar suddenly burst from the prohibition of the first demon tomb, swallowing up the black snake that held Yi-chan and Fairy Luo Yun. In an instant, Yi-chan and Fairy Luo Yun disappeared. Meanwhile, each team led by a divine venerable of the Sky Fox sect was also enveloped in a black light pillar and vanished. Instantly, Yi-chan and his group entered the first demon tomb through the successive impacts of 6 black light pillars. Dizziness. The first sensation Yi-chan felt during the teleportation was dizziness. Then, a pungent stench wafted over. A moment later, this stench suddenly disappeared, and then Yi-chan found himself in a void, with Fairy Luo Yun beside him. As for the other members of the Sky Fox sect, there was no trace of them. Yi-chan wasn't surprised at this, as Luo Yun had told him before entering the first demon tomb that each Een spirit Ganoderma carried a person and would teleport them to a random area in the first demon tomb. Of course, it wouldn't be easy for everyone to be teleported to the same place. Yi-chan immediately began to look around. With this look, Yi-chan's expression changed, and Fairy Luo Yun beside him also had a somewhat pale face.